Yo, what is going on, everybody? Welcome in to another podcast to talk about our favorite team, the Arizona Cardinals. Huge shout out to the people that are already in the chat. We got everybody buzzing right now, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you for showing up here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Do me a huge favor, smack up the like button here on your way in. And if you haven't noticed, probably woke up maybe about an hour ago. My eyes are still doing the thing where they're just really, really tiny because I can't seem to keep them open. Still a little tired, but obviously the show must go on, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm excited. Appreciate y'all for being here. We already got 63 people here up in the chat. We got 39 on the YouTube side and then over 30 on the 30 on the X side. And I'm only assuming it's going to get more and more crazy as the day goes along, but we're going to try to see if there is any other news that drops here for the Arizona Cardinals moving forward. I know there's some Cardinal fans out there that, saying that we might not do anything. We also heard some other people saying that, hey, maybe the Cardinals can do something else. But as of right now, it's just to kind of wait and see and figure out exactly what's going to happen here with the Arizona Cardinals moving forward. What's up, Martin? Appreciate you for being here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Smack up the like button. There's a lot of moves that already happened here in the world of the NFL. Not Cardinals related. We're going to also be diving into the Browning situation as well. How you guys feel about it. I know there's a portion of Cardinal fans that are saying, it's a good move. It's a good move. And there's another portion saying, what the heck is going on? So we're going to try to address everything we possibly can today. And we're going to be live here, ladies. We're going to be live here for a good amount of the morning. And let's see if the Cardinals decide to make a move as of right now, right? So let's get started here, ladies. Let's get started. Okay, quick thing we got going on for us, right? Let's do a real quick recap of what's happened so far in the morning. Let's do that. We'll recap what's happened in the morning around the NFL, and then we'll talk about Browning, and then we'll talk about what the Cardinals could potentially do, or will they do anything moving forward, right? So a lot to dive into. Let's talk about what the NFL has happened so far in the NFL. Okay, if you guys do not know, let me just do a real quick recap of what's been going on. For some reason, the Cowboys decide to do something right now. I don't understand this. The Cowboys right now just put Dak Prescott on an IR. Why the heck are they making moves barely right now is absolutely beyond me. It makes no sense. So I will give this an absolutely yay. I don't get it. The Cowboys right now are the weirdest team. Like first Jerry Jones says they're all in, and then they're like, no, we're doing a rebuild. And then Dak Prescott goes to an IR because they're doing horrible. Like they're a horrible team. And then they go after a wide receiver for a potential, I guess, 5 weeks down the road for another weapon for Dak Prescott. I don't get it. I'm just happy that we're not the Cowboys, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bask in the glory about that. Let's move on over to, okay, we're going to talk about that here a little later. Okay, let's label that so we know. Okay, this is the next one that happened here. Another thing that doesn't have nothing to do with the Cardinals, but we want to make sure that we cover it here. We got the Chicago Bears making moves. They traded Khalil Herbert, running back, to the Bengals for a 7th round pick. So you're starting to see a lot of things like this, right? Like 7th round picks, 6th round picks, right? Stuff like that is what you're seeing. Like even the Mingo, right? Jonathan Mingo, he went for a 7th round pick too. So this is what you're kind of starting to see. I don't think that anybody is going to trade for a Myles Garrett. Like I'm going to be honest with you. I know there's a lot of people kind of upset that like your team didn't go out. I don't think Myles Garrett or even Crosby is going to get traded. Like truly, I don't think they're going to. So that's not what I was expecting either. Obviously, it's cool to think about it. Last thing you need or last thing you want to see is the 49ers do a move like that, but I just don't see them going on the move, right? So here's another move that was made. Khalil Herbert going over to the Cincinnati Bengals for a 7th round pick. We already heard that he wanted to get out of Chicago because obviously Swift and Johnson, so he kind of was the odd man out. He's now finding a new home with the Cincinnati Bengals, so good for him. Let's move on over to the next one. Okay, that's another thing we want to talk about a little later on. Okay, this is the big one. Let's talk about this, ladies. And I want to get your guys' thoughts on this because this is the second edge rusher that has gone so far. What are your thoughts so far, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? Zadarius Smith gets traded to the Lions. Let me know in the chat, and I do got a super chat coming our way, so let me read that, and then I'll read your guys' comments here about Zadarius Smith because he also got traded. A second edge rusher gets traded within these 2 days. Browning to us, and then obviously Zadarius Smith over to the Lions. Now, if you guys do not know, or if you guys haven't watched any of my videos, Zadarius Smith has been a player that I would like the Cardinals to potentially go after as well. Being the fact that he's kind of up there in age, he doesn't really have a lot of guaranteed salary outside. I think he's got guaranteed salary next year, but nothing the following year. So it didn't really seem like a crazy move. And then last I heard, I believe the Browns are covering a lot of his salary for this year. So I don't know. I feel like this is a good move for the Lions. Let me know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. But let me get to my guy BBH. What's up, buddy? He says not AZ news, but heard Ravens are going after JC Horn. Interesting. I mean, that would be cool. Good for the Ravens, right? That would be cool. I mean, I like JC Horn. I really did. Coming out of the draft, I really, really did like him. But right now, I have seen some Cardinal fans saying we need to get a cornerback. I mean, let our cornerbacks do their thing. Like they're gonna develop, right? Like Starling Thomas the fifth, Garrett Williams, and then Max Melton. Let them develop. I mean, honestly, I think they're doing a good job. I don't think they're bad. I mean, of course, Max Melton might have gotten burnt here and there, but it's rookies, right? The rookie mistakes that he's going to get cleaned up. So to me, I have heard Cardinal fans saying we need to go after a cornerback. I disagree with that. Now, if we do go cornerback, which I don't think we will, I mean, it's one of those things where like I don't know, like I don't think it's a big need. I think edge rusher is more of a priority need personally, but that's a good call out. Thank you so very much, BBH, for letting me know because I heard that the Panthers might not move off of JC Horn, but then they are. So I'm curious to figure out what happens there. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Zadarius Smith here, ladies and gentlemen. This came out way before I was even up. So this news came out way before I was even up today. So word came out that the Lions, which let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, the Lions are a Super Bowl team, right? Now, are the Cardinals a Super Bowl team? That's the question, right? Do you feel like the Cardinals are a Super Bowl team or are they just going for the West? What are your thoughts on the Cardinals? But here's the big question out there, right? I think we can all agree that the Lions have looked very, very dominant these last few weeks, right? And of course, we lost to the Lions. Nothing crazy, but it is one of those things that's you need to know, right? This is a Super Bowl caliber team in the Lions. Now, they go after an edge rusher. They go after Zadarius Smith. Now, the compensation right now is a little eye opening to me, right? I was gonna say eye shocking, but that doesn't eye shocking is not even a thing. But like it's a little eye opening to me because this is what the compensation was. So per Ian Rappaport, it says sources: the Browns are trading standout edge Zadarius Smith to the Lions, who add a key presence on the edge to help make up for the loss of Aiden Hutchinson. It's Smith and a seventh going to the Detroit 2024 Detroit's fifth and sixth round pick in 2026. So essentially what's happening is that the Lions are getting a seventh round pick back in 2026 and they're getting an edge rusher to help, right? Now, the Detroit Lions, they are getting 2 picks back as well. They're getting a 2025 fifth round pick, and then they're also getting a 2026 sixth round pick. Now, here's the question out there right now, ladies and gentlemen. What are your thoughts on this? Do you feel like this might have been attainable for the Cardinals, or are you in an instance where, I didn't want Zadarius Smith to begin with, we'll be fine, right? I have all the faith in Browning, right? Because that's kind of what we are right now. Now, I did see a couple other things that was floating around the interweb as well. And I believe it was Jeremy Fowler that ended up posting this. It was either him or Breer. Let me see if I can find that tweet. Okay, here we go. This is the one I wanted to. Let me screenshot this real quick. And then obviously, while I'm asking you guys questions, let me know in the chat and I'll get to you. I promise I'll get to you. Man. It almost kind of seems like I'm just asking questions and I'm not responding. But yeah, I will get to them. Right now, there's just a lot of information happening at the time. So Jeremy Fowler puts this out. Now, this was earlier this morning as well, 2 hours ago. So that makes it 6 o'clock my time. So, of course, I was sleeping in my bed at this time. But Jeremy Fowler says this: the Giants have received several calls on pass rusher Azeez Ojulari, but the Barron trade could loom large. Browning went to Arizona for a sixth, and the sense is New York's values Ojulari more than that. Perhaps the Zadarius Smith trade brings the market back into focus. I mean, to me, is this too far? Like, let's say for the Cardinals, for example, right? 6th round pick. We gave up a 6th round pick in 2025, right? For Browning. And then we're going to talk about Browning a little later on too. So what I'm doing is just I'm talking about the NFL in general right now. What Zadarius Smith went for was essentially like the Lions are getting back a 7th round pick in 2026, right? In 2020, of course, that's 2 years from now. Can they use that to trade up, trade down? Yes, they can, right? But they're getting a pick back. But with what the Lions are sending them is a 5th round pick in 2025, and then they're also sending them a 6th round pick in 2026, right? So they essentially gave him a round earlier than the Cardinals gave to Browning. And then on top of that, they gave him another pick in the next year. But it's not like it's a 3rd rounder, right? We're talking about a 6th round pick in 2026, right? This is what I originally thought that the Cardinals were trading for. I thought it was a 2026 6th round pick that we were trading for Brownie, but no, it's actually a 2025 6th round pick. So it actually kind of leads me to the understanding that, hey, maybe we won't make any more moves, right? Because I know Monty loves his picks, right? Monty loves his draft picks. Now, what are your guys' thoughts on this? What are your guys' thoughts on this? Because to me, with this tweet from Jeremy Fowler, and obviously, putting things in perspective, I don't think it really makes too much sense because it's not like the Cardinals. I mean, I don't know. It's tough to say, right? Because a 6th round pick is not anything big, right? And in terms of production, I'm so curious to figure out what New York actually values Azeez Ojulari at. Like if they're asking for a 3rd round pick or maybe a 4th round pick, I mean, maybe that might be why the Cardinals didn't go that route. But like to me, I even said myself in a couple videos, a 4th round pick is not one of those things that I'm going to lose sleep over, right? Especially if you're going to get a star caliber edge rusher. So I'm curious to figure out what Azeez Ojulari goes for. Now, if he goes for a 2nd round pick or a 3rd round pick, then I can see why Monty didn't go that route. But like, I mean, this is the time you might need to make a move, right? Because the Rams are getting healthier. You got the 49ers are getting healthier with CMAC coming up here in week 10. So, I mean, this was a crucial time for the Cardinals to potentially make a move. And essentially what the Cardinals got was another depth piece, right? We got another rotation piece heading into the line, which, I've already seen the comments in the chat. People are saying, oh, don't sleep on Brownie, or, oh, this is going to be a really good pick. Regardless of what you feel or what you don't feel, the Cardinals got a depth piece, right? He's not going to be a starting edge rusher for the Cardinals. Now, our defense predicated on having a star edge rusher? No, it's not, but we really haven't seen a star edge rusher on this roster to begin with, right? So we really don't know if that's how Jonathan Gannon or Nick Rallis would use them anyways, right? We've never had a star edge rusher. We weren't able to see BJ Ojulari because he's been hurt, right, since we've gotten him. Zaven right now, I think, let me see, Arizona Cardinals. I'm looking at the snap count right now. Zaven Collins right now, if we look, his snap count, it's nothing crazy, but like that's kind of how this defense rolls, right? Like even Zaven Collins being our starting edge rusher, right? Our starting edge rusher, he's only doing 56% of the snaps, right? He's averaging like that. Now, in week 7, he did have 61% of the snaps. In week 1, he did have 69% of the snaps, but he's averaging around 50 to 55% of the snaps week in and week out, where you're seeing LJ Collier 47, Jesse Luketa 33%. You see Xavier Thomas, which we're starting to see him a little bit more, 35%. Victor Dimukeje, 24%, right? So it's one of those things that like our defensive line, they don't really even seem to be like on the field for like 75% of the time consistently, or even 80% of that. That's not what Nick Rallis in this defense is. Now, like I said before, it's one of those things where we got to call it like it is, right? I don't think the Arizona Cardinals got a star caliber edge rusher. Now, if I'm wrong, oh boy, heck yeah, let's go then. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? But I don't think that's the case. I think we're just getting another depth piece, and we went for a 6th round pick, right? Now, I did get I did get a close buddy of mine that works with the same network that reached out to me once he heard that the Cardinals got Browning, and he actually was having some very, very glowing remarks about Browning. So, let's talk about that real quick, right? And then, like I said, we'll put it into perspective, and you guys can make your own opinion, because I'm not here to try to change your mind. My opinion is, when I first heard this, I was like, oh, okay. I mean, cool, right? We got an edge rusher. Cool. But like I didn't really think too much to myself, like, oh man, game changer, right? Because to me, it's not a game changer. Right? Can I be wrong? Yes, I could. Absolutely. Can I be? Yes, I could. But I don't think of this move as a game changer. Now, this is what my guy said here. Now, he does go by Sports Talk Denver, covers the Denver Broncos in his respective team, pretty much does what I do, but obviously with me with the Cardinals, and he does it with the Denver Broncos. He says this. Okay, actually, this is not the full conversation. I apologize. That's on me. Okay, that is not the full conversation. That's actually his response because I was asking if he went to IR. Okay, this is what he said. Okay. So I'm going to keep this up here as well because I asked if he went to IR and then he responded with this. So this is what he said right here. He said, at the AZ Sports Fan, you just got a dog in Browning. He's an animal, just hasn't stayed healthy. So this is coming from a guy that has watched Browning play, right? And this is not, this is not one of those things where, oh, highlights, right? Highlights, highlight reel, right? And that's unfortunate. Like that's kind of what all I had going for me right now, right? Especially when you're looking at the highlights, you see a lot of the goodness of what comes from a Browning, right? Now he did say you just got a dog in Browning. He's an animal. And he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Now, I did ask, I noticed that he wasn't playing in 4 games. Was he on IR? And he said, yeah, he went on a short-term IR this year with a separate injury that he had in the past years. Justin Simmons compared him to Von Miller during his rookie training camp, and he just has been plagued with injuries. But weird, unrelated ones. He's a starting caliber edge rusher who will get you 10 sacks a year if he plays a full season. Mad we only got a 6. So, right? I mean, so like I said, this is a guy that actually watches Denver football, right? He even says it himself here in this chat that Justin Simmons compared him to Von Miller. Now, obviously, that's big shoes to fill, right? Now, you are supposed to be able to stay healthy if you want to produce on the field, right? The best ability is availability, right? I think everybody knows that right now. Now, this is glowing remarks, right? We potentially could have got a starting edge rusher for a 6th-round pick, potentially. But if we're going to be dealing with injuries, just like Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols, then we're talking about a different situation, right? Because we have heard that Monty Ossenford is looking for Iron Man, right? But it almost kind of seems like the Cardinals went after a guy that has been hurt in his career. But can he stay healthy with this Nick Rallis / Jonathan Gannon defense because of the rotation? Maybe, right? Maybe. But right now, it's kind of a wait and see. So to me, this move with Baron Browning, I don't hate it, but I also don't love it either. I'm kind of like, okay, let's see what happens, right? I'm kind of a wait and see type of guy. Let's see maybe the 6th-round pick could work out for us, right? We'll see, right? We don't know. But maybe the resurgence of not resurgence, but maybe what they saw in Xavier Thomas, we'll see him a little bit more. Rookie rookie edge player out of Clemson. Maybe they like Xavier Thomas. Maybe they'll have him get thrown out there more. Maybe Mac Wilson will be thrown into the edge a little bit more. Maybe, Darius Robinson will surprise us all a little bit more. So this is glowing remarks, right, to me. So definitely something to obviously take to, I guess, for what it's worth, right? But at the end of the day, we need to see action, right? At the end of the day, we need to see action. So what are your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Now we have gotten to the spot where I want to ask you guys in the chat, what are your thoughts on Baron Browning, right? Now we have gotten to the part of the chat where we want to ask about Baron Browning. What are your thoughts? We got my guy Martin on the chat says, when do you think Browning will play? I mean, if maybe after the bye week, if not, maybe this week, right? I mean, we don't 100% know, but maybe this week. We don't know. I mean, we got him pretty early, right? Now he needs to get accustomed to this defense. Maybe he has very limited snaps, maybe. If not, definitely after the bye week, right? Definitely after the bye week. So we'll get our answer here pretty soon, right? And I'm already seeing people in the chat very, very high on Browning, and that's cool. Love it. Love the optimism out there, and I love the fact that people can you know, say this is a game-changing move for them. Cool, great. To me, this is not a game-changing move. It's not, right? It's not a game-changing move to me. It's a depth piece. But like I said, can I be wrong? Of course. Yeah, absolutely. I've been wrong multiple times, and I hope I'm wrong again today. I hope I am. But like my guy in the chat that DM'd me, he says, in his opinion, we got a star caliber edge rusher. He's just not able to stay healthy. Like that's kind of what we're dealing with. And it's very unfortunate because Monty, you promised us Iron Man. You promised us Iron Man, Monty, and we're not getting that, right? So I'm just trying to make sure that the 6th round pick is productive for us, right? Like that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sure that these quarterbacks aren't making ham sandwiches back there and spreading some mayonnaise because they have all the time in the world, right? Now, it's kind of ironic because we just came up one of the best, I guess, performances we've seen in a long time against Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. 6 sacks, right? 6 sacks. That's amazing. That's amazing. But the injury concerns are a little concerning to me. I'm not gonna. They're a little concerning to me.
Emotional damage.
I'm a little to the point where can Monty make a trade that makes everybody very, very excited? That's what I'm looking for right now. And so far, with what I've seen from Monty Ossenfort, and this is not to bag on him, this is not to, I guess maybe criticize is the word. I don't know. What I've seen from Monty Ossenfort in trades, we haven't seen anything that gives me the warm and fuzzies, right? And that's the way I'm going to put it. That's the way I'm going to put it. It doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies, right? We've seen multiple trades so far. Rondell for Desmond. We've seen Isaiah Simmons for a 7th, I believe, if I can remember correctly. Now, DeAndre Hopkins, we just flat out released him. That wasn't a trade, but that was a move that we're still going to scratch our head. Now, DeAndre Hopkins probably didn't want to be here. He didn't want to go through a rebuild. That's probably the case, right? And now we go after Browning for a 6th round pick. So far, right? I want to believe in the process. It's just I don't know if this is all the Cardinals are going to muster, right? Is this all the Cardinals are going to do? Because let me ask you guys this, right? I know we want to be positive. I know we want to be pro Cardinals. Let's support them, right? Let's support these guys, right? I understand that. But you got to be realistic at the same time. Like, is this going to win us the West? Like, that's the question you need to ask yourself. Is this move going to win us the West? Right? It might. I mean, it might, right? It might. But we haven't seen consistent pass rush. I'm not even going to think about this the Chicago Bears game. The Chicago Bears do not have a good line. We've only dominated twice in this year, which is pretty good, against the Rams, which had a depleted O-line at the time, and then we dominated against the Chicago. But here's the thing, too. Actually, let me point this out again. Jeremy Fowler with another tweet here. Let me go ahead and highlight this. So my question here is, so far, I guess not a question, but my observation so far is, I don't know. So far these trades from Monty Ossenfort haven't really worked out. That's all I'm saying. Can it? Yeah, it can. Will it? Hopefully. Fingers crossed, right? Jeremy Fowler up here just puts a tweet out and says this. Now, this is another name that we talked about. I don't know if you guys watched the most recent video. I guess not even recent, but like past 2 or 3 days ago, maybe 4 days ago, we ended up putting a video out saying trade rumors, right? This is a name that was linked to the Cardinals. Now, this is what Jeremy Fowler had to say. He says, Titans have received inquiries on defensive line players, including Arden Key and Sebastian Joseph Day. Per sources, nothing has materialized as of this morning, but could be one to watch if a team steps up with a strong offer. Now, here, let's ask this here real quick, right? Let's ask this. Can the Cardinals potentially go after somebody else? Potentially, right? Potentially they can. They potentially can. Will they? I don't know. I don't. There's only one person that I listen to in all Arizona sports, and that's this man right here. Usually he's right on the head. Usually, right? Usually he's right on the head. Do I hope he's wrong today? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Do I hope he's wrong? Yes, I do. But this is what my guy has to say. John Gambadoro of Arizona Sports says this: Cardinals really like Browning's ability to play all three downs. He's an unrestricted free agent after this season, and they can look to bring him back. Fell behind some edge guys in Denver, so became available. For those asking, it's very likely the Cardinals are done after this move. So, like I said, only one guy, and it's usually it's John. It's John G, right? He's usually pretty spot on. Hearing the fact that the Cardinals are very likely to be done after this move, it's to me, I keep going back to say, is this move enough to get you the West, right? Or are we going to fall behind because of potential injuries, right? Are we going to fall behind because this is not a needle moving move, right? Now, the Cardinals did make some room on this roster already. I believe they released Hall, right? I think was it Darren? I think it was a cornerback that he looked good I think it was Darren Hall, if I'm not mistaken. But we released somebody to make room for Browning, right? That's what I keep going back to, right? Like, that's the way my mind's working. And that probably shouldn't be working like that, but like that's the way my mind's working right now. Like, is this move enough to win you the West? Because although, yes, I can come out here and be positive, right? I can come out and say, let's go, Browning. You're gonna do great things, right? You're gonna do amazing things. I could say that. I can say that and lie to you guys, but like, to me, this move doesn't really move the needle for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's a move that I'm like, I hope it works, but I'm not mad at it, but I'm also not excited about it either, right? Now, I have mentioned before, just bring somebody in, right? I have mentioned on a video, just bring somebody in, make a move. Now, is this a move that Monty made to quiet down the fan base? Maybe. Maybe. He still probably doesn't think that this team is a playoff or maybe a deep playoff caliber team, right? Because Zadarius Smith went for not very much more than this. Now, granted, Zadarius Smith is more expensive, right? More money. And there was it was two picks, while it was essentially a pick swap and then another pick for the Lions getting a Zadarius Smith, right? Maybe that might be, I don't know. It's hard to gauge what Monty Ossenfort truly feels about this team, right? It's really hard to gauge what Monty Ossenfort truly thinks about this team and this front office, because Cardinal fans, of course, we're optimistic. We think that we can make a run, right? We think that we can do this, and that, and we think we can do that, and this. But the truth of the nature is that we do got 8 more games, right? Is it 8? Yeah, so 5, 9. Yeah, 8 more games left. 8 more games. And literally, if the Cardinals lose a game or two, we could be at the bottom of the division or even at the number 3 spot of the division, because that's how tight this race is, right? Do I expect the Cardinals to be undefeated? No, of course not, right? We got 8 games. We're going to lose games. That's the truth, right? But is Browning enough, right? Is Browning enough to get you over the hump and give you the West, right? Because if you want to make the playoffs, and we've heard Kyler Murray say he wants to make the playoffs, that's the next step on his developmental career, right? Then you got to win the West, right? Because the North still seems to be pretty darn dominant right now. Seems to be pretty darn dominant. So per John Gambadoro, he says it's very likely the Cardinals are done after this move. Maybe I just got to rewire my brain, right? Maybe I just got to rewire my brain, because the way my mind is that enough, right? Is that enough to get you over the hump? And the hump to me right now is winning the West. And right now, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. And I'm sorry for the negativity. I'm trying not to be negative. I don't hate this move. I don't think that Monty Ossenfort got cooked, but it's not one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Right? I'm not going to lie to you to make those happy Cardinal fans feeling jolly inside, because at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know what this guy is going to come out to. He might be really good, right? Just like my guy, Denver Sports Talk. He said that you got a star caliber edge player, but he can't stay healthy. That's the problem that we're dealing with, right? You got a star caliber edge player, but he can't stay healthy. So, I mean, maybe we do get 3 or 4 sacks. I mean, I have seen his tape. I have seen his highlight reel. He has made some really good moves. Really's got a really good high motor. He doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. When you think he's beat, no, he's not beat. He will come back in and take you down. But the injury concerns are a little worrisome to me, right? How are the Cardinals going to use him? A lot of questions. A lot of questions. Let me get to my guy, Zach. What's up, Zach? Appreciate the super chat. He says, if Crosby or Garrett are traded, it's a failure on Michael Bidwell / Monty Ossenfort. If there's nothing more and Aziz is moved for a 4th or better, I'm fine with the move. Okay. That great. Oh, fantastic. Zach, appreciate the super chat because you're right. A lot of eyes right now are thinking the same way. A lot of eyes are thinking the same way right now. What is going to happen with Aziz, right? Is Aziz getting moved off? Are the New York Giants just overvaluing him way too much that Monty Ossenfort said to himself, I'm not going to give you that, right? I'm not going to. Maybe, right? Maybe Aziz Ojulari doesn't get moved on. And guess what? Then this move looks better. Truly. It does. It depends on what happens today because, unfortunately, that's the way the NFL works. You got to compare to the moves that have been made to really figure out, hey, okay, this is probably the move for us, right? Because, like I said, right now, I'm not getting the warm and fuzzies, but that doesn't mean at the end of the day, if Aziz doesn't get moved off, then I'm not like, okay, let's see what happens, right? But that's my stance right now. That's my stance right now. I heard really good things. I heard glowing remarks about him, but I need him to stay healthy, and I need him to be a very big focal point in this defense, right? Maybe not a focal point, but can you at least give us 5 sacks, 6 sacks, something, right? We got 8 games left. That's enough. You're probably going to get a lot of opportunity here with the Arizona Cardinals. I hope it shakes out. But to be honest with you, I don't think Crosby or Garrett is going to get traded. I really don't think it's going to happen. If they do get traded, then all we can hope for is that it's not within the division. That's all we can hope for. That's the only we can hope that it's not within the division. I don't think Crosby or Garrett are getting traded. We've heard a couple different things here and there that the Cardinals obviously have made it a lot of phone calls, right? They fielded a lot of phone calls, but making the move as fast as they did yesterday, I'm actually very surprised about that. I'm surprised that the Cardinals made a move that quick. I'm wondering if there was a big market for Browning, or is this one of these moves that they're like, I gotta have him, right? Maybe he had a market. I don't know. But to me, this move is just like,
Okay.
I mean, let's see what happens, right? Let's see what happens. I'm not mad at it. I don't hate it. But I'm glad we made a move, right? But I'm just indifferent. Can he prove me wrong? I hope he does. I absolutely hope he does. But I do agree with you, Zach. 100%. I think we got to figure out and evaluate what happens in this trade deadline so far. Now, that last piece you said, Aziz moved for a 4th or better. I'm fine with the move. To me, let's see. So if there is nothing more and Aziz is moved for a 4th or better, I'm fine with the move. To me, I think a 4th is not that big of a deal personally. I think that might be where we differ just a little bit. But we have also heard that, what's his name? Mike Garafolo. I apologize. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. He said that they're not going to just give away Aziz Ojulari, right? They're not just going to give him away. And that makes sense, right? Hold to your gun, New York. If you feel like you value him a lot more than people are providing to you, then yeah, hold to your guns. That's completely fine. But to me, a 4th round pick, it shouldn't be make it or break it. Like, if you're a team that's going to be a playoff team or a mid-range team, that 4th round pick is probably going to equate to somewhere in the 120s. Can you still get a gem? Yes, you can, right? You still can. But like the probability kind of starts diluting after the hundreds, right? After the hundreds, you kind of, that probability gets a lot slimmer and slimmer. So to me, a 4th round pick is not a big deal to me. A third round is probably where I'm like, maybe not. Maybe not. And the only reason why I'm saying, maybe not, is because A, you have to pay him, and then B, it doesn't seem like a Monty Fort move, right? Fourth round pick to me is not a big deal. I'm curious to figure out what happens with Azeez Ojulari or even Arden Key, right? Because we've talked about this. Arden Key and Azeez Ojulari have been rumored that the Cardinals have called their respected teams about a potential trade, right? Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. We do got another donation here. Jonathan with the 10 bomb. Close your ears, ladies and gentlemen. Close your ears. Here comes the DJ horn. Appreciate the super chat, my guy. All right. Jonathan in the chat says, I have season tickets, and I have to say this. Please stop selling your tickets to opposing teams' fans. I hate that it feels like an away game for the Cardinals every time they play at home. You know, the funny thing is that Michael Bidwell made a very, very big statement, a big, bold statement during the red and white practice this year, because I was there in the red and white practice, and he said the same thing. He said, stop selling your tickets, he said. He said, stop selling your tickets to the opposing fans. The problem is that we got a lot of Cardinal fans that are not really Cardinal fans, right? You got a lot of fans that are purchasing tickets, season tickets, just because they can, right? Just because they can do it, because they got the funds to do it, right? Not saying it's a flex. It's just they are very, very well off. That $5,000, $10,000 for a season ticket doesn't seem like a big deal, right? It doesn't seem like a big deal to them. So you got a lot of Cardinal fans that are like that, right? Now, I have seen something really crazy yesterday. It might have been Sunday. I forgot what day it was, but I kid you not, there was a guy that had a Dallas Cowboys sticker in his car. And to me, like, I always look at that stuff, and it's probably just because I'm a Phoenician, right? It's probably just because I've been here, and I'm like, oh, get your Dodgers out of here, get your Cowboys out of here, get your 49ers out of here, right? I always say things like that. My wife thinks it's very annoying, but I do it anyways. But when I was driving, we were driving, and I saw a Dallas Cowboys sticker on his car, and I just, casually passed him, right? And I kind of glanced to the side. He's wearing a Cardinals jersey. So I feel like there's a lot of fans in Arizona that have multiple teams. Like, I kid you not. Like, they came from a different place, right? They came from up north. They came from the East Coast, right? They're snowbirds, right? They got two teams, right? Depending if their team's really good, they're going to rep that team. If the Cardinals were the state that they live in is starting to do good, then they turn on that Cardinal jersey. And I'm a Cardinal fan. Let's go. I feel like that's kind of the way that it is, unfortunately. It's one of those things. But I agree with you. It's very unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate that our fan base is the way that it is. But, I mean, keep in mind, too, like, this organization, if they want to fix that problem, it's not rocket science. Win. That's it. Win. Get excitement for this city. You just got to win, right? And I'm not going to lie to you, ladies and gentlemen, like, the moves so far that we've seen done in free agency and trades, they just haven't been enough buzz around the Cardinals fan base, right? You still got the diehards, right? You got those diehard fans that regardless of what happens, they'll try to see the positive in anything, right? Or you have the Cardinal fans that are also diehard as well that love to be negative, right? And then you also got the Arizona Cardinal fan base that are also the also portion of those diehards that are like, okay, right in the middle, right? Let's go, right? You just got all sorts of different fans right now. All sorts of different fans. And of course, when you win, more excitement is around the valley. Problem is that we haven't had a lot of winning, right? And this might be an opportunity for those guys that are fans, right? And fans that can afford those tickets. They're probably making very, very good money right now. Very, very good money right now, especially teams like the Lions, the 49ers, the Seahawks have a really good fan base. I get it. As a Cardinal fan and a season ticket holder, you sitting there, very, very unfortunate. I know. It sucks. Jonathan with another $5 job. My goodness, Jonathan, you coming up clutch here, my guy. Appreciate you, man. He says this. On the other hand, OT was fun to see. All the Bear. Oh, sorry. So yes, so this last game was fun to see all the Bears fans leave with their tails behind their legs, go Cardinals. Yeah, I mean that's what you got to do. You want to win. You want to avoid people coming to your stadium and taking over State Farm Stadium. Win, embarrass them. That's what you got to do. Embarrass them. Embarrass them. That's what you got to do. I'm actually really happy about that too, because like I said before, we had two different beatdowns this year, right? The Rams we beat down, and we also beat down the Bears. Good feeling. Good feeling. Very, very good feeling. Appreciate the super chats, Jonathan. Thank you so very much. Let's get back onto topic here. Do me a huge favor. We got 55 likes right now. Appreciate you guys for being here, by the way. Do me a huge favor. Smack up the like button right now. We have close to 200 people on the YouTube side. Close to 200 people on the YouTube side. If you haven't already smacked the like button, do me that huge favor. Make sure other Cardinals fans know that we're currently live right now, and they could jump into the conversation that we're having here in the chat. Joel says Monty hasn't done much in free agency, even in the draft, in my opinion. He's botched this year. Oh, he's botched this year and sucks at trades. To be honest with you, Monty Ford hasn't impressed me with trades. He hasn't. He really hasn't. And I'm not saying he sucks. I'm not saying he's terrible. I just need him to get better. Like I'm questioning, like, is he able to negotiate? Like, can he negotiate, right? Because it's unfortunate because we never seem to have it all in a GM, right? Now, granted, we only see a 2-year sample size, so I'm not going to get on Monty too bad, right? But this has been a topic that I've been talking about for quite some time. Only people that are just chiming into the whole Steve Keim thing, now starting to realize that Steve Keim wasn't a good drafter. When I was talking about this like 4 or 5 years ago, and people were like, "Oh, you're such a hater. You're such a hater. Why are you always talking about Steve Keim? He's our general manager. Support him. Well, guess what? Right? I mean, he got the boot. But one thing you can say about Steve Keim is that he did have really good trades. He was really good at trades. He sucked at drafting. He was god awful at drafting. God awful at drafting. Trades, amazing. He was really good at trades. Now, Monty Ford, on the other hand, right? Drafting, I think he's solid, right? I don't think he's great. I think he's solid. I think you can build a foundation on the drafts that Monty Ford is doing, because nobody's asking for every single pick needs to be a superstar, because that's very unrealistic. What you're looking for every single draft is to hit 3 to 4 of those draft picks. 3 or 4 of those draft picks to be bona fide starters. And I think with Monty Ford doing what he's doing, I think we can establish a team, obviously in longevity, with these draft picks. It's just these free agency pickups, man. They're just not it. Free agency pickups are not it. And then on top of that, the trades are just not it. They're just not it right now. It's just, I'm kind of feel a little like that needs to get better. That needs to get better. Now, like I said, I'm not going to jump too much on him because it's his second year and this is his first time being a GM, right? Maybe he needs to brush up those negotiation skills, right? I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm just spitballing. But the 2-year sample size that we've seen so far, not the biggest fan of it. Not the biggest fan. I don't hate him. Don't hate him, but I'm just not the biggest fan. I feel like that can get a little bit brushed up. Now, of course, all the things surrounding Browning, right? Can Browning work out for the Cardinals, right? Can the Arizona Cardinals work out with Browning, right? That's the big question. Now, I think a bigger question is, can he stay healthy, right? Can he stay healthy? That's another big question, because we have looked at the snap counts and also in the depth chart. He was a guy that almost kind of seemed to be phased out of this Denver defense. It definitely feels like that, right? Because I believe he was a 3rd round pick in 2021, if I can remember correctly. They just got somebody a year after to play that role. So it almost does feel like Browning has kind of phased out on this defense, not because of, of what he, like, productivity. I just think that they maybe favored a different player over him, right? Maybe we're talking about a guy that just needs some sort of opportunity. Well, you got it here. You got it here. You got it here, right? You got it here. So hopefully it works out. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here with Browning. Like I said, I don't hate the move. I don't love it. I'm like in the middle. I'm good with it, right? I'm cool with it. 6th round pick. That's no sweat off our back. It's not one of those things. Adrian in the chat says, I think he would want to trade for big names, but Bidwell's too cheap. I mean, it's always going to go back to Bidwell. It really is. Truthfully, it's the truth. It will always go back to Bidwell. It will. It's one of those things that is very unfortunate because the owner is a very, very big part, right? We know that Bidwell is not the richest owner in the NFL. We know that, right? That we know is true, right? We know he's not the richest owner in the NFL. That we know is true. Now he bought himself a jet 3-4 years ago. That's I mean, I'm not gonna. It's his money, right? He could do whatever heck he wants with his money, right? I know he's a licensed pilot. He's got all these things working out for him, so good for him. He's got the money and the means to do it, right? But it does really feel like the Cardinals do take the cheaper route. It does feel like that, right? As a Cardinal fan, it does feel like that sometimes. And if you want some sort of, what's the word? What am I trying to say? Agreeance with me, I can agree with you there. I can agree with you there. Maybe Monty is being held back by Bidwell, right? Maybe that is the case. I mean, all we can say right now is we hope this works, and I hope Azeez Ojulari doesn't get traded for a 5th round pick. I hope he doesn't get traded for a 4th round pick. Seriously, third, 2nd, and 1. I'm not going to touch that, right? Now, obviously, depending on how you feel about it. The only reason why I say I won't touch a 3rd or 2nd or 1st is because I know Monty Ossenfort, that's not the move he wants to make. So I convinced my brain saying, okay, that's the reason why we were out. But to me, 4th is not too far-fetched. So to me, to keep my sanity, let's hope that Azeez Ojulari stays in New York. Let's hope that, ladies. For my sanity, let's hope Azeez Ojulari stays in New York. And Arden Key, another name to obviously look out for as well. Let's hope he stays in Tennessee. Zach, what's up? Another super chat coming our way. Appreciate you, Zach. All right, everybody close your ears. I know a lot of people said, oh, you hurt my ears. You hurt my ears when you do that DJ horn. Well, all I can say right now is here's the DJ air horn. Let that be your warning, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you. Zach in the chat says this. I'll take Monty Ossenfort over time. What did D-Hop get us as... Sorry, let me rephrase. Sorry. I can't read. It's really early. Sorry. What did D-Hop get us as good as a trade that was? Every 1st round has been a starter or better. Monty Ossenfort had good players in the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds. When has that happened? Okay, so what did D-Hop get us as good as a trade that was? Every 1st round has been a starter or better. Monty Ossenfort had good players in the 4th, 5th, 6th rounds. When has that happened? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, no, for sure. Well, we all know. I mean, I don't think anybody's denying that Steve Keim was a terrible drafter, right? Even in the 1st rounds. Oh, Steve Keim was a god-awful drafter. God-awful, right? But what D-Hop got you was a number 1 wide receiver, right? That's what D-Hop got you as a number 1 wide receiver. Now, obviously, the relationship soured or if it didn't sour, then he didn't want to be here, right? So if he didn't want to be here, that means A, he didn't want to go through a rebuild. B, Kyler Murray wasn't playing that 1st half, so that's going to mess up with his numbers. So the Cardinals decided to flat out release him. But we know DeAndre Hopkins still has it, right? DeAndre Hopkins has 2 touchdowns and playing with one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL right now and might get a Super Bowl ring because of his production. What the Cardinals got from D-Hop was a bona fide number 1 wide receiver. Bona fide. Was he a diva? Yeah. Did he want to get out? Yes. Yeah. He didn't want to be. He didn't want to be in the rebuild. That's the truth. But the Cardinals got a bona fide wide receiver, number 1. Like every defensive coordinator had to scheme around DeAndre Hopkins and what he can do, right? So, in terms, I guess, are you asking what did it get us? Like in terms of what did we accomplish? I mean, we didn't accomplish very much, but you can't really put that on D-Hop though, right? I don't think you can put that on D-Hop, because it takes all 11. It takes all 11 to get you somewhere, right? And we knew the failures of Cliff Kingsbury before we hit that 4-year skid mark, right? Or at least I knew the failures of Cliff Kingsbury as a head coach. It just wasn't going to work, right? And then you get the 1 year of Jonathan Gannon. It's just one of those things that you gotta be very smart in the position of the GM, right? You got to be able to look 2 years ahead, right? And Steve Keim did feel like he was now, right? It's now. And it was cool. It was cool to work with it, but it never brought us longevity, right? Because we've said this before, the Cardinals who could be very good for 2 years, but they rebuild for 5 or 6, and then we're constantly doing this dance all the time. But I mean, he got us a bona fide number one wide receiver. All right, Zach, I see you doubling down. Appreciate you, man. He says D-Hop got you a wide receiver one, but didn't fit the culture and probably brought Kyler down. Doesn't matter how good you are if you can't bring up the team. Same issues with KD until proven otherwise. KD, Kevin Durant's what you're saying? I mean, I see where you're coming from, but yes, is D-Hop a diva? Yeah, but that's the thing. Those wide receivers are often divas, right? Often. We're seeing it with Stephon Diggs, or we saw it with Stephon Diggs when he was healthy. We saw it. He's not the only guy, right? He's not the only guy. And yeah, was he getting favored a lot? We've heard a lot of things here and there that he got a lot of day offs and there was no accountability and stuff like that. I mean, it all, I don't know. It's hard for me to blame one specific person, right? Now, if you're saying that D Hop got a lot of people to put venom in this locker room, then okay, then I could probably agree with that. I can get on that train. But I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a good trade. I mean, we got rid of David Johnson. We got Kibbles. Like, remember, put yourself in that situation. I know we're trying to say you're coming to the aid of Monty for it, and I think that's the main purpose of where you're coming from, right? That's where you're coming from. And I'm fully right there with you. I love where your mind's going. You're trying to come to the aid of Monty for it. But also, I mean, you can't that was a good move. It was. It was a good move from Keim. It was a good move from Keim. And like you have to be jumping up and down at that time. You had to be, because if you're not, then okay, you might be one of the very few Cardinal fans that weren't jumping up and down. It's easy to talk hindsight, right? It's easy to talk hindsight to say, "Oh, I told you this didn't work," right? Uh, it's easy. But he got as a number one wide receiver. That's what he got us. And he was a great number one wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals. Monty Fort is a much better drafter than Keim is. So far, Steve Keim is better at trading in terms of getting value back. All I'm looking for is for Monty to get better with those negotiations, if that's what's going on, right? Because you can only say culture fit for so long, right? Now, this year, man, we're 4-5. We're 5-4, right? That's why I'm not coming out here saying the sky is burning, right? Oh, the sky is falling. It's over. No, I'm not there, right? But I'm also not going to come out here and say, Steve Keim was a terrible drafter. He was. That's the truth. But Monty Ford does need to work on the things that, he needs to work on. And so far, these trades haven't really blossomed, is what I'm trying to say. I often hear a lot of people, and I'm not just saying you. I'm getting off this, Zach. I'm often hear a lot of people always speaking in hindsight, right? Nobody talked about Steve Keim when Steve Keim was in the office. Nobody did. Nobody talked about how bad Steve Keim was when he was out of the office, or in the office. I'm sorry. When he was out of the office, there comes the memes. There comes the failures. There comes this, and this, and that. The thing, in order for you to be a fan, just have your eyes open. That's all I'm trying to say. Be biased, that's a cool, be a fan, but also acknowledge the fact that there is some sort of shortcomings that come along with what has Monty Fort done so far, right? You got to be able to acknowledge that as well. I have not heard anybody talk about Steve Keim as much as you hear him now, right? It's okay to have criticism if people that are currently in the locker room or in the office, right? That's one thing that I hope that this, and it's not just the Cardinals fan base. I'm assuming it's happening everywhere, right? Nobody wants to talk about what's happening now. They want to talk about what happened 2 or 3 years ago and blame that. Just all I'm saying is that Monty Fort can get better. That's all I'm saying. Not saying he should get fired. And I know there's somebody out there in their brain, it goes in one ear. I'm saying he's great at drafting, or I'm sorry, he's good at drafting, but needs to work on this. That's how it goes into some people's ears, and it comes out saying, "Oh, Mike says he hates Monty." No, that's not what I'm saying. But in order for you to get better and better as a GM, you need to be able to get better and better, just like you as work, right? As a job. If you're a supervisor, if you're a manager, if you're an employee, right? You're striving to get better and better every single day. Correct? Am I right or am I wrong? That's how I feel like the Cardinals need to treat this general manager position. In this 2-year sample size, we have not seen a good trade for Monty Ossenfort. Now, this one right here, it's too close to judge, right? It's way too early to judge this one. But with what we've seen, the histories, we are not getting value back. We're not. But people are saying, "Oh, culture, 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 culture." Come on, cut it out. Cut it out. Free agency? Eh. Free agency? Eh. Right? All I'm saying is it needs to be worked on. Do I believe? Do I trust the process? Of course. We're 5-4, of course. But if you're not going to be able to acknowledge things need to be worked on, then we're going to be dealing with the same things over and over again, right? So that's all I'm saying. Hookah, what's up, Hookah? Appreciate the super chat, man. He says this is RC3. RC3, what's up, buddy? The Cards will sign their main pieces first, then break the bank on the offseason. Draft will be defensive line, O-line, and a young linebacker. Well, honestly, over here losing my voice, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to be very clear. Where's Zach? I'll get back to you, man, because I want to make sure that there's no bad blood here, right? I just want the reason why I'm talking about my throat kind of hurts right now, so I'm kind of forcing to talk. We'll get back to you. I want to make sure that we're in good standings. I don't want you to feel like, oh, I'm attacking you, but I just want us to be critical and know that it's okay, right? That's all I'm saying. It's okay to be critical. And if somebody's trying to take your Cardinal card or your fandom card, who cares? It's a person's opinion that's probably sitting in their mom's garage, right? Or their mom's basement right now. Or it's a kid that all they can say is, "Oh, you're a fake fan." Who cares? You know how many times I've been called a fake fan? You know how many times I've been called a fake fan? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Appreciate the super chat, RC3. Thanks for coming through, man. I do agree. I do think the draft should be focused on the defensive line. 100% agree. Yes, I want to bring Buda back. I'm curious to figure out how they're going to maneuver the James Conner situation. I love Trey Benson, right? And he's younger, he's cheaper. Yeah, we'll see what happens there. We do got my other guy here. Joe, what's up, man? 99 cents donation. Appreciate you, brother. Okay, I see you doubling down right here. Thank you so very much. And then, okay, Joe, he says, we brought Browning in for the third round pressure and help the team get off the field. We have been terrible at third down stops. Gives the name yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, too many times have we seen the Arizona Cardinals give up third and long, right? Too many times have we seen that. Yes, that's factual, right? That's factual. The Arizona Cardinals too many times have given up 3rd and 15, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 9, and it's very frustrating. Really, really frustrating to see. But I mean, it's one of those things, right? Where, like I said, if it works, it works. I mean, I think people, for some reason, want me to be very, very all in on this move, right? People want me to be all in on this move. And it's not like, I don't know. I'm having a hard time because the way my mind is processing, the way my mind works is this move going to get us the West, right? And maybe it shouldn't think that way, right? Maybe it shouldn't think that way, but that's the way my mind's wired, right? How is this move going to improve us and get us the West? That's the way my mind is wired. A2B2 Locks. He says, you're just saying that Monty could be better and he can't. That's all I'm saying, right? That's all I'm saying. And for some reason, just like those people that were saying the same thing to me about Steve Keim, right? Oh my God, you're such a hater, Mike. Steve Keim gets you A, B, and C, D, E, F, G, right? He got you D-Hop. He got you Chandler Jones. Yeah, but in order for you to be a great GM, ladies and gentlemen, you got to be able to do all of it, right? Or at least not be very, very bad in one specific thing. Kime was terrible at drafting. How many times do I have to say this, right? Terrible, god awful. He was not able to build a longevity team because we were constantly rebuilding. Monty is in office right now. So far, I like his drafts. I think he's done good, right? You don't need to hit every single draft pick. You don't. But what I'm saying is that you can get better at your job. And it's okay to say that. It's okay to say that. What's up, Zach? Appreciate you, man. You don't always have to send in donations, man. I'll try to find your name. Appreciate another super chat, man. Thank you so very much. I'll try to look out for your name. I know your name is in orange, so appreciate you. You can just do at Mike or at AZ, and I'll try to find you out here, man. Thank you so very much for the donation. You don't have to do it, though. He says, cultures definitely matters. It's the only reason why we are here. That's fair. Yep, that's true. 100%. Yep. If Michael Bidwell holds back Montiel's fort, you can't fix that. That's fair, too. No bad blood. Appreciate your take. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay. Well, I just want to make sure, because sometimes when my voice kind of, when I start talking, and right now I'm kind of have a very raspy voice, it's I got my water. Throat kind of hurts. So I don't want you to feel like we were going back and forth or anything like that. I appreciate everybody being here, and I appreciate everybody's takes. We all got different opinions. I'm not right all the time. I know that. Shoot, I'm not right most of the time, right? I just want to take advantage of what's currently in front of us. That's it. Like that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to take advantage of what's currently in front of us right now. And I appreciate you, Zach. Thank you so very much, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, I 100% agree. I think culture, night and day better. And I don't think anybody can disagree with that. You can use Monty. You can say JG, right? JG, Monty, whoever you want to give the kudos to. You want to give them to both, that's fine too, right? The culture here has been changed. Absolutely. And guess what? The culture will continue to get better if you continue to win. It's just the way that it is, right? If you continue to win, the culture will get better. It'll get better. My guy in the chat says, stop being a Care Bear, Mike. I mean, believe it or not, I actually do care about every single subscriber. I know I don't know you guys personally. I know I don't know you guys personally as a personal level, and I know that. But I do. I mean, I do. That's why I try to respond to all the ones I possibly can. But you also got to realize, I got a life, right? This is my job, right? This is what I do. You know what I mean? But I do. I believe it or not, but I do actually care. Let's see if there's any other moves been made so far. We went on a whole big thing. Here's the thing. A lot of people get it twisted. Because here's the thing. Like, I can either be too positive or I can be too negative. I know I have heard somebody say, "Oh, you keep saying we're not a Super Bowl contending team," and then they got not get mad, but they were saying. But I'm like, it's hard to be that middle ground, right? Because are the Cardinals 5-4, and is that a shock to me? I mean, when I was doing my prediction, I did say the Cardinals were going to win games, but like I also did have two of the three, right? The two of the three last years. This one being the third, that I'm finally getting it right, right? Because the last 2 years, I was like, oh, we're going to win 7 games. You win, you get some right, you get some wrong. I mean, right? That's why, that's why we do what we do, right? Betting is, it's just one of those things, y'all. It's just one of those things. I'm not right all the time. I've been wrong a lot of times. Let me take a look here real quick. See if there's no other moves have been made so far. For the new people that are just joining in here right now, let's go ahead and just do a real quick recap. Appreciate you guys for being here, by the way. Let's get to this. And of course, if there's any breaking news, then of course we'll be covering it here as well. And I won't be freezing like I did yesterday. I kid you. For the people that were on the live stream yesterday, I'm sorry. I was so shocked. I was so shook. I didn't know how to respond. Like the show yesterday was so god awful garbage. Like I was like it was so god awful. So thanks to you guys for returning. If you guys were here yesterday, thank you for being here, man. Because it was so god awful. I'm ready. I'm ready to get this going, and I'm really excited. So all right, let's take a look here at the most recent moves that has happened so far around the NFL. Not that one. Okay, not that one either. Here we go. Not that one either. My goodness. Here we go. Okay. So we got Khalil Herbert going over to the Bengals for a 7th-round pick. He did want to be moved off of, so good for him. Zadarius Smith, which obviously is going to have a lot of question marks out there with Cardinal fans. And I've already seen some comments here within social media. People thought that this could be attainable. Maybe the Cardinals just didn't want to get an older guy, but Zadarius Smith is a really good player. I'm gonna be honest with you. Zadarius Smith was a guy that I would really like the Cardinals to potentially go after. I think he's got one more guaranteed year, which I believe is next year. If not next year, then I think he's actually no more guaranteed, but he is signed for at least 2 or 3 more years. But the guaranteed is gone. So the Cardinals could potentially have done it, but maybe for whatever reason the Cardinals didn't do it. That's fine with me. But yeah, Zadarius is now going to the Lions, Super Bowl caliber team. Yes, 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 yes. And then no, that's us. And then this one, no, not that one either. My goodness. Oh yeah, and then here you go. You got the Cowboys over here. The Cowboys. Why are you making moves, Cowboys? Like, why? It's like that meme where it's like, how are you not dead already, right? Like, how are you not dead? Like, why now? Like, Dak Prescott is on IR for like, I can only imagine how sad these Cowboy fans are feeling right now.
Emotional damage.
I don't understand it, man. I really don't. I don't get why. I mean, the season's done. Now, granted, they didn't get a big, like, they didn't give up the farm. That's the truth, right? They give up a 7th-round pick for a wide receiver. I guess, no, actually, wait. The Panthers trade Mingo and a 7th-round pick to the Cowboys for a 4th-round pick?
Shame.
What? I didn't read this whole thing.
Shame.
No.
Wait, what? I didn't read this whole thing. I just thought it was for a 7th-round pick. Wait, what? This is even worse. Oh my god.
Okay.
What? How did I not see this? Literally, all I saw was a 7th-round pick, and I was like, oh, they traded for Mingo for a 7th-round pick. Okay, you know what is what it is. What? The Panthers trade wide receiver Jonathan Mingo and a 7th-round pick to the Cowboys for a 4th-round pick. All in, ladies and gentlemen, all in.
No.
Okay, one thing that we'll say, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're not the Cowboys. Hallelujah. We're not the Cowboys. Hallelujah on that. Wow, what a dumb move. So you put your franchise quarterback on IR. I mean, obviously, if he needs it, he needs it. But then you go and trade a 4th-round pick. Okay. All the guff we say about Michael Bidwell. Come on. Can we at least say that Jerry Jones is out of his mind? Like, that's nuts. That is nuts. Wow. How did I not see? I would have clowned on them earlier. I didn't notice that. That's my fault. I didn't read the whole freaking tweet. That's on me. Wow. Yeah, we're not. Thank God we're not the Cowboys. That's factual. Thank God we're not the Cowboys. That was god awful. 4th-round pick. you put your franchise quarterback on IR. And now you want to make a move. Jerry Jones says he's all in. Circumcising a mosquito. Wow. What a freak. That's crazy. That's nuts. That organization is a dumpster fire. That's factual. That's one thing we got going for us, fam. Cardinals fans, that's one thing we got going for us. We're not the damn Dallas Cowboys. They are idiots. All right, anything happening right now? Let's do a real quick refresh here on the world of the NFL. Yo, to put it in perspective, okay, I just want to highlight this real quick. Obviously, we got time right now, so we're just going to be talking a lot. If breaking news happens, of course, we'll cover it. I just want to bring up this tweet real quick and shout out to my guy J Tuck here on S X/Twitter. He ends up highlighting this tweet, and I want to make sure that everybody's fully aware. Let's check this out. It obviously you got to keep in mind, ladies, this is sarcasm at its finest, right? So sarcasm. Okay, I know some people it doesn't. It's sarcasm, right? So Mike, is it Leslie says, why do the Cowboys continually get fleeced in the get fleeced? Oh no, it is not sarcasm. It's real. Okay, it's a real tweet. Okay, why do the Cowboys continually get fleeced in the trade market? Cowboys trade a first-round pick for Amari Cooper. Cowboys traded a fourth-round pick for Jonathan Mingo. DeAndre Hopkins was acquired by the Chiefs for a conditional fifth-round pick. Amari Cooper and a sixth-round pick were acquired by the Bills for a third-round pick and a seventh-round pick. The Jets acquired Devontae for a third-round pick. The Cowboys might want to consider not making any more wide receiver trades because they clearly aren't very good at it. Yeah. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild, man. That's wild. Yeah. For what it's worth, can we say, thankfully, we're not the Cowboys? Can we say that? All right, let's go in. Let's do another quick refresh here of the Twitter/X. No other moves has happened so far. With what we've been seeing and what we've been hearing, this is the latest things that are not moves that are made for the new people that are just joining in. This one kind of gave me a little bit of pause yesterday. And like I said, yesterday's live stream was crazy. Like I was literally like frozen for a good majority of that live stream. So appreciate you guys for obviously rocking with me. But this tweet gave me a little pause here from Ari Merov. He says the Arizona pursued multiple pass rushers, including Giants Azeez Ojulari, and ultimately landed Baron Browning, one of the few players Denver was willing to trade despite their winning record. So the whole ultimately landing Baron Browning, right? That gives me a little pause. And what I mean by that is that gives me a little pause for the whole idea that like maybe the Cardinals are done, right? Maybe the Cardinals are done. And of course, we got John Gambadoro's tweet yesterday as well. That last portion, it says, for those asking, it is very likely the Cardinals are done after this move, right? So are the Cardinals going to make a move? I mean, that's the big question out there right now, right? That's the big question. Right now, do the Arizona Cardinals have cap room? They do, right? But we do know that doesn't mean anything to Monty Ossenfort. We know that doesn't really mean anything to Monty. Like he also said, he's not going to make a move to just make a move, right? I mean, they obviously feel some sort of way about him, right? Over the cap right now has us at $17 million, $17.8 million left in open cap. Spot Track has the Arizona Cardinals right now at $19.9 million in open cap space. So take whatever number you want, right? The Cardinals still have open room right now in open cap space. And we are right now just kind of waiting, right? We're just kind of waiting to see if there's any other moves happening here in the NFL world. The trade deadline, as of right now, will be expiring. What? 3.5 hours, right? 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, 3.5 hours, right? The plan is to stay live. I'm not sure if it's going to be for the entirety of that longevity of time, but the plan is to stay on here and see if we can go ahead and react to any moves that are being done around the NFL. But one thing you can say is that I don't think Myles Garrett, and I don't think Max Crosby is going to get traded. I really don't. Like at one point I did. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't think they're going to get traded. We got over 150 people on the YouTube side. Do me a huge favor, YouTube fam. Smack up the like button. Let's see if we can get 100 likes here on this stream. Do me that huge favor. Right now we're sitting with 76 likes right now. That's only like what? Less than 30 away. Smack it up. Subscribe if this is your first time here. If you're watching this on X or Twitter, shoot us a follow. We are going to be following and covering the Arizona Cardinals throughout the entirety of the season. So shoot us to subscribe. This is mainly where the main podcast lives on the YouTube side. We go live on Twitter/X, but it does get deleted once we are done with the live. And if you want to watch this on a playback, you do have to watch this on YouTube's on the podcast side. So just FYI. Richard says, is it possible to pick up Ojulari as a free agent after this? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it is. I mean, this is another situation, right? So, like, let's say, for example, Ojulari, right? Let's just say we're living in a world where Ojulari doesn't get traded, right? And I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't get traded. Let's just live in a world that he doesn't, right? Let's say the Giants are valuing him way too much, and he doesn't get traded. Yes, he's going to be a unrestricted free agent. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent next year. This is his last year under contract right now. It is. So, yes, can the Cardinals sign him next year? Yes. But you're also kind of risking it at the same time because let's say, for example, Azeez Ojulari gets 10 sacks, right? Let's say, for example, he gets 10 sacks. That's double-digit sacks. That's 4 sacks away in 8 games, right? In 8 games left, that's 4 sacks. You're telling me that he's not going to – that price is not going to skyrocket, right? He's on pace to definitely get double-digit sacks this year. Like, there's no denying that. So you're also risking another team saying, oh, okay, you got 11, 12 sacks. I'm going to pay you the bag. And guess what? The Cardinals aren't really in a stance where we're probably going to outbid anybody. Are we going to have a lot of money next year? Yes, we will, right? We will. But we can't promise that the NFC West is going to be like this, right? You never know what happens in the NFC West, right? You can have the Rams being fully healthy from the get. You can have them run away with the division. You could have the San Francisco 49ers getting it together, and they're going to be running away with the division, right? The Cardinals are in a good situation in terms of rebuilding, but that's kind of one of those things where when you're a general manager, you got to look at everything, right? This year right here is probably the best year you have in terms of getting an NFC West title under your belt. And that might not mean a lot to some people, but to me it does. As a Cardinal fan, it does. To me, it does. Now, that just goes into opinions, right? It goes to opinions. Do you think the Cardinals can outbid somebody in free agency? We can. We are going to have the money to do so, but we also are going to have to pay our own, right? Buda Baker, I want to bring him back. I'm curious to figure out what James Conner is going to do. I don't know if they're going to bring him back. I don't know if they want to. I don't know. All I know is James Conner is great when he's healthy. I just don't know what's going to happen there. We're also going to have to talk about Trey McBride. Is this man going to have to get paid as well? So the $100 million that we got, like, it's going to get cut down fairly quickly, right? So, like, technically, yes, we can, but is this a Monty Ossenfort move? Like, that's the question you got to ask. So if you trade for somebody and give up compensation, then you also have that leverage, right? You got him in your locker room. You got his brother here, right? What if he falls in love with Phoenix, Arizona when it's not summer, of course, right? When it's not summer. So what if he falls in love with his coaching staff and he wants to be here? I'm not saying give us a hometown discount, but you're still going to have some sort of advantage if you have him in the locker room, right? So it's one of those things. So yes, we technically can, but you're also playing a very tricky game if you do that route, right? That's why this trade deadline, there's still people out there that want the Cardinals to go after him. I mean, I still would want to too. Do I think it's going to happen? With what we're hearing and what we're seeing, maybe not, but I don't know. I'm leaning to hope. I'm leaning to hope. Demetrius, what's up, brother, man? Another super chat coming our way. He says this: out of the NFC West, Cardinals have the easiest remaining schedule. We have a chance to win the division, but we still need help on defense. Monty, please, Monty. And this is what I'm saying. Me and you, man, I feel like we agree in a lot of things, right? And here's the thing. It's okay that you guys don't feel like it's a big deal to win the West, right? I get there's some people out there that don't feel like it's a big deal to win the West. I get that. To me, it does, right? So please keep in mind that, like, the reason why I'm coming from the way that I'm coming from, right? My mind is always going to be wired. Okay, is this move, and I'm talking about the Baron Browning, going to push us over the edge? To me, it doesn't, right? Because he could be a very well good pass rusher for us, and we've seen a lot of good things here in the comments. He's going to be a really good third down pass rusher for us. And that might be the case. He might finish off the season with 5-6 sacks. And that is good for a 6th round pick, right? That's really good. It's just, my mind is that going to win us the West? Is that going to secure us the West? Because right now, this division race right now is as tight as it is. And I feel like the Cardinals don't have the urgency that the fans have, right? the Cardinals organization doesn't have the urgency that we do. Now, granted, yeah, you probably shouldn't be making moves on urgency, and I'm fully aware of that. But like at the end of the day, this might be as attainable the NFC West you could potentially get, right? So I agree. I see a path where the Cardinals can still win the West if we leave what we have here on the roster. I still see the path that the Cardinals can still win the West, but you're also risking it, right? Because we heard that the Rams might not make a move. I hope the Rams don't make a move. The 49ers might stand pat, which would be cool. But I mean, it's a risk, right? It's a risk. It's a risk reward. What's going to happen, right? At the end of the day. So yeah, so there's that. But I agree with you, Demetrius. Please, Monty. That's kind of how I feel as well. I'm cool. I'm cool with the Baron Browning, right? It doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies, but that doesn't mean it's not going to work, and that doesn't mean that he's not going to be a good player for us. It's just the way my mind is wired. Is how is that going to win us the West, right? Is it going to win the West, right? Michael in the chat says, it's a big deal. Only 8 wins in 2 years. It is a big, it is a big deal. And I'm not sure you're talking about the West, right? But to me, it is a big deal, right? But to be honest with you, there's a lot of and please keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'm on X, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter. So it's crazy that like each community have their own style, have their own viewpoints, right? You got the X/Twitter side, which are very, very positive. Like you say something negative, your head gets cut off. Like X and Twitter, it's all positivity. Happy unicorns, puppies, and rainbows. And you say anything negative, your head gets cut off on X and Twitter. Instagram, oh my God, Instagram. People don't care. They're negativity galore. They're just like, what the F is this? You gotta be kidding me. How is this and this and that? YouTube, I feel like it's even. I feel like it's even. I feel like YouTube is even kill. Like not too high, not too low. Of course, you got some comments, but I'm talking about the majority, right? The majority of the fan base is on specific social platforms. This one right here, and that's why I focus on it very much because this is where the podcast lives. But like the YouTube side is where it's even kill, right? It's not too high, not too low, right? But you can't say the same thing for a lot of other social platforms, especially Instagram, man. People do not care. They're just like, F this. What's going on? Oh, I'm done. I've been a season ticket holder for X, Y, and Z. And, it's crazy. But yeah. But yeah, to me, it's a big deal. It is. We got no new stuff happening so far. I wasn't really expecting like a lot, but maybe I was expecting maybe once every 30 minutes or 45 minutes. So we're not getting that here yet. My guy in the chat says, "I want to hear you, cuz." Well, the thing is that you can't really on YouTube. Like it's so weird how YouTube does things because like you'll get caught slipping on a curse word, right? Or you'll cuss, and then like they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you can't do that." So like you got to be very, very careful with obviously the words that you choose on the YouTube side, and this is obviously the main bread and butter right here. So yeah, nothing new right now happening in the world of the NFL. Currently, right now. Cardinals fan says early morning stream, love it. Yeah, I mean, biggest reason, the NFL trade deadline. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's one of those things that's we're kind of waiting and seeing if there's anything that happens in the world of the NFL right now. And so far, it seems like it's kind of slowing down, but we might be getting a move in the 10 o'clock hour. If not, I'm not saying Cardinals. I'm not saying a Cardinals move. I'm saying we might get a move in the 10 o'clock hour. Now, what will get me happier, right? Let's talk about that, right? Let's try to stay the course of the Cardinals topics, right? What will get me happy? If Azeez Ojulari doesn't get traded, if Azeez Ojulari stays with the Giants, that will get me happy because that just means that the Giants just overvalued him way too much and they just lost out in a potential trading him away. Now, as a Giants fan, you probably just don't want to give him up for kibbles, and that's fine. But like, what's the plan? What's a long-term plan for Aziz? Are you paying him? Because you also do got Thibodeau over there, and you also do got Brian Burns, right? So are you going to be able to afford him, or are you going to lose him for nothing, right? Like, that's one of those things that you got to ask yourself as well as a general manager. Like, are you going to be able to afford Aziz Ojulari in the offseason when he's no longer under contract, right? That's going to be the big question out there. So what will get me happy? Aziz, stay in New York, especially if the Cardinals don't get him. If the Cardinals get him, obviously don't stay in New York. Come to the Cardinals. But, I mean, so far we've seen 2 pass rushers go. What are some other pass rushers that could potentially get traded? Aziz, we've talked about. Arden Key, we've talked about. And then Jadeveon Clowney has also been a name as well. Jadeveon Clowney has also been a name out there as well that could potentially get traded. Will it happen? I don't know. Jay in the chat says we need to re-sign Connor for sure. I mean, that's going to be a big question. It's going to be a big question. Big question. We got my guy Dave in the chat says, Mike, I'm from Montreal, Canada. Awesome. And watching you every day. Been a Cards fan since the glory days of Pat P. Love it. Patrick Peterson. Keep it the good. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate you for being here. If you guys do me a huge favor, smack the like button on your way in. If you're just getting in here, smack it up. Let other Cardinals fans know that we are currently live right now. Let's hit 100 likes and I will shut up. Let's hit 100 likes and I will shut up. My guy Chance took the day off. Nice. Appreciate you for being here, Chance. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a big day around America too. We don't mix politics here. We don't do that on a channel, but that's a big day for America, and it's a big day for the NFL as well. But we're an NFL channel, so that's what we're focusing on. Yeah, to me, I think Budda Baker is a must. James Conner, I can get on board if the Cardinals truly believe. I just don't want to sell myself too excited and get disappointed if the Cardinals don't, right? Okay, here's something else. Okay, not Cardinals related. I want to be sure. I don't want to get people excited. Okay, something else just came out here. And it's just something to talk about, right? It's around the NFL, so it gives us something to talk about. All right, here's another thing that we can talk about here, ladies and gentlemen. We did get a new tweet from like I said before, nothing to do with the Cardinals. If it's the Cardinals, you'll see that breaking news little video. So Jordan Schultz says this. Sources, Patriots wide receiver KJ Osborne has been involved in trade talks over the past couple of weeks and is a target for a few teams ahead of today's deadline. Osborne had productive season in Minnesota, but hasn't seen as many opportunities in New England. So maybe another name that can get traded away. Obviously, the Cardinals are probably not going to be in this. I don't see us go for anybody else but edge. I don't feel like we need anything else but edge. I think that's where our main focus should be on. But hey, for another thing to talk about, KJ Osborne could potentially be a name to be on the move. Cool. I mean, this is a fun time. I know some people don't like it, but it's a fun time right now. Trade deadline. Let's see what your team does. Right? Are they in? Are they not in? Jersey Cardinals says, I think Jerry Jones' mental health is a little off. Right? I mean, he's getting up there, man. I mean, obviously with old age comes a lot of things, and obviously you don't wish that on anybody. But I don't know. It might be time for him to hang it up. And I mean, like, being able to make these big decisions, right? You could still be an owner, but like he's also the general manager. He's also the one making these big decisions as well. And I mean, it might be time. I've saw a lot of Cowboys fans upset with the idea that like they don't have a real GM over there because it's them. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's one thing we got going for us, ladies and gentlemen. We are not the Dallas Cowboys, and thank God for that. Like, now, granted, they do have a lot of Super Bowls in their glory days, and the Cardinals don't. But like modern, I'm happy we're not the Cowboys because we'd have to deal with their crazy owner, right? You don't hear from Michael Bidwell very much. That's a good thing. But he also does have that stigma that he's cheap, right? He's got that stigma that he's cheap. So that's what we got to live with, right? And then we got Cardinals fans saying that maybe it is, Bidwell holding Monty back. It might be the case, but we're never going to truly know. We're never going to know. We can only tell ourselves these things and hopefully sleep better at night. But as of right now, it's TBD. All right, here's my question to you guys. Do you think the Cardinals make a move? Another one. Do you think the Arizona Cardinals make a move? Because with what I've been seeing, right, per John Gambadoro, especially that last sentence, he says, for those asking, it's very likely the Cardinals are done after this move. And then there was another thing here, and it was yesterday's, I think, this one right here, from Ari Morov. It's that first sentence that kind of got me, right? Arizona pursued multiple pass rushers, including Giants Azeez Ojulari, and ultimately landed on Baron Browning. That last little bit on that second line, and ultimately landed, that also gives me to the that also puts my mind as, oh man, I don't think they're gonna make a move. I don't think they're gonna make another one. But you never know. I mean, you never know what happens. I mean, maybe the Cardinals can. Maybe the Cardinals can make a move. I don't know. It seems like it's a no. It seems like things are slowing down right now. It seems like it's a no. It seems like things are slowing down right now. In the world of the NFL, you're still getting some things here and there. But yeah, nothing else is happening right now. So my question to you guys is, do you think we'll make a move? We got Jeffrey saying, there you go. We got some positivity in the air. We got Jeffrey with the positive. Love it. Love to see it. We got a couple people here on the chat saying no. Back to the Constitution says no. Vin says no. I think no, but I hope yes. Julio says that's fair. Is it Techno Bear? I'd say for the future. I mean, let's hope that the NFC West is the same way next year. Let's hope that the NFC West is the same next year. Because if that's not the case, then we're just going to be beating ourselves up over and over again. For the people that want to stay pat, let's just hope the NFC West is the same way next year. It won't be, but, it's one of those things. Jonathan, what's up, buddy, man? Appreciate another super chat, man. He says, James Conner has earned an extension. His age might be a factor, so a 2-year deal may be it, but he has earned it. That's fair. I mean, right now, James Conner, let's talk some James Conner, shall we? James Conner right now is on his last year with the Arizona Cardinals. I'm looking at his contract right now. So yeah, and even when we got him, it was such a friendly deal. It's so funny because I remember when we signed James Conner. This was the Steve Keim days, right? So for y'all people out there saying Steve Keim was trash, he got us a running back that we're still talking about today. James Conner was a good pickup, but a lot of people were like, "Man, I do not like this pick." I remember this pickup because I made a video. We were honeymooning, I believe. Me and my wife were honeymooning, and we were at I'm not sure if it was Puerto Rico or Panama. It was either of those two. I don't remember where we were at, but we were in a tropical place, and the James Conner move was made, and so many negative comments about James Conner. Oh, this is a terrible move. We got A, B, and C. We picked up an injury-prone running back. This is such a god-awful move. James Conner, we're talking about an extension now. James Conner has been a very, very good pickup, and I mean a very good pickup for the Cardinals. Very good, and it's a very team-friendly deal. It was a 3-year deal. Cap hits. It was like a $22 million total, I believe it was. Guaranteed salary $11 million, but man, he earned it. He did. He earned it. Right now, Conner is. How old is Conner? Isn't he like in his 30s? He's 29. He's 29 right now, so he's gonna be in his 30s. Definitely next year if the Cardinals decide to bring him back. I mean, I'm not against it. Maybe a 1-year deal. I don't know. Maybe they give him a good 1-year deal. I don't know. But I remember it, man. I remember like it was yesterday because I was excited about the Connor pickup. I was like, oh heck yeah, let's go, right? Running back, let's go. And people were so against it. People hate you guys are, oh my god, you're so dumb. He's injury prone, this, and that, and la, 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 la. I like the Connor pickup. Do I think he deserves a extension? Yeah, I would like to see that. That would be cool. 2-year, preferably 1 year for me, but 2-year, I won't be mad at it. I like Connor as long as he can be productive and stay productive. I think the Cardinals can be very very good. This run game is absolutely dynamite, man. This run game is crazy good. And it all starts with James Conner. It does. If I were to pick one player, it's Buda Baker for me. Like if somebody were to say, oh, you got to pick one of these two, you got to pick one or the other. It's Buda for me. But yeah, I would love to bring James Conner back too. Like that would be cool. Oh yeah. Appreciate y'all being here. By the way, subscribe it up. Subscribe it up. If this is your first time here, we're on the road to 16K, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but this channel, shoot, 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 shots, fire, fire in the gut, right? It's gone crazy, like wildfire. It's been crazy, crazy, crazy. We're on the road to 16K. If this is your first time here, subscribe it up. I feel like we just hit 15K about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we're already like less than 600 away from hitting 16. So yeah, subscribe it up if it's your first time here. Smack the like button. If you're watching this on X/Twitter, smack the like button, I guess, and follow if you want to. If not, no worries. But yeah, this does get deleted once the stream is over on Twitter/X, but it stays on the YouTube side. Subscribe it up, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's see if there's anything new in the world of the Cardinals right now. Zadarius Smith, that's a good pickup. Zadarius Smith is a good pickup. Let me check something real quick. Dang. Nothing new happening right now, ladies, and just FYI. Nothing new happening right now. Trying to see if we can find anything. Nothing happening right now. Let's take it to the comments here. Did you see Saquon's Barkley's backwards hurdle? Yeah, man, it was crazy. Saquon Barkley, dude, that man is a very, very, very good running back. Very good running back. All right, let's keep with the chat here. Taking the bus, yeah. This channel's been taking the bus and it's got fire in the gut right now, man. It's crazy. So I appreciate y'all, especially the OGs that been here at the 1,000 mark. It's crazy. Nothing new. Nope, nothing new right now, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing new right now. Let's keep it with the chats. JC and K1 healthy now. NFC West is wide open with us at the top. Why waste time? It's not like we're third or fourth in division. That's what that's the thing. Like that's my stance in it too, right? My stance is on this too. Like I've heard people say, well, Monty Ossenfort has got us in the top of the division. I mean, that's the truth. You got to give kudos to where kudos is due. But like every week, that can change, right? Every week that can change. You can be in the top of the division one week, and then you could be at number 3 the next week, right? So, like, it's not like one of these things where, like, oh, like, it's gonna stay here. I feel like people think that it's gonna stay like this forever, and it's not the case, right? It's not the case a lot of the times. Sometimes you gotta take advantage, right? Sometimes you gotta take advantage of the situation that's in front of you. Now, will the Cardinals make a move? That's I don't know. I don't know. It almost kind of seems like no, right? Like the Cardinals aren't gonna take advantage of it because this we haven't heard this talk, right? How long has it been since we talked about the NFC West? Like let's be honest. How long have we been talking about the NFC West? How long? We haven't. We have never talked about the NFC West with the potential about getting it, right? Never. Because even when we went on our playoff run with Cliff Kingsbury, what year was that? That was 2021, right? Because 2022 was a disaster. 2021 was 2024 was the first year of Jonathan Gannon. I'm sorry, 2023 was the first year. So 2021. Well, I mean, I guess we might have been talking about it in 2021, but like everybody was so tight. It's the same thing in 2021. Check this out. This is the last time we went to the playoffs. Now, we all know what happened in the playoffs, right? We got absolutely destroyed in the playoffs. But this is what happened in 2021 here. And we're not going to include the Seahawks because the Seahawks are trash. Because they finished off this season at 7-10 too. So like they weren't in a good situation. But like this is 2021 right here. This is when we went to the playoffs and we got absolutely demolished by the Rams. They were 12-5. We were 11-6. That's when we went undefeated for a good amount of the year, and then we kind of tailed off at the end. And then the 49ers were 10-7. So this might be another situation where, every single game is going to matter. Look how tight this is. Like, I don't see the Rams losing a lot of games. I know we got an easier schedule, right? We had an easier schedule coming our way, but like, as a Cardinal fan, do we ever feel like it's in our hands? Never. You know what I mean? It never feels like it's in our hands, ever. So we got 8 games left, right? 8 games left, including the Jets. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Let's take a look at that. Okay. Let's do this here real quick. Let me do a quick sharing of my screen. Here we go. All right. All right. This is our schedule here for the remaining part of the season, right? I think we can all agree that the Jets. Do you think we could beat the Jets? I feel like the Jets right now are in shambles. Like, I really do. I feel like the Jets are in shambles right now. You got the Seahawks, the Vikings, the Seahawks, the Patriots. So, okay, here let's look at it this way, right? The biggest. Okay, let's look at it this way. The biggest threat right now on the remaining schedule is 3 teams in my eyes. 3 teams, the biggest threat. I'm not saying I'm not going to say, whoa, we're going to win them all. I'm not going to say that. But the biggest threats, right? The biggest threat right now we have in the remaining of our schedule is the Vikings in those last 2 division games. The Rams and the 49ers at the end here. Those are the last biggest threats I look at the schedule, right? Right? Those are the last biggest threats I see. Now, the Seahawks are going through the ringer. Seahawks are going through the ringer right now. They might be going on the downfall. That might be what they're doing. Ty, $10 donation. What's up, man? Appreciate you guys. Cover your ears, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the DJ air horn. I got to tell that to everybody because it was a couple streams back. People were like, my ears. They're bleeding. Oh my God. Why? Why would you do this to me, Mike? I'm only 6 years old. DJ air horn is coming, ladies and gentlemen. When you see a $9.99 donation, $10 donation, you're going to get the DJ air horn. Just FYI, okay? For people that ears are bleeding, I'm sorry. Here comes the DJ air horn. What's up, Ty? Appreciate the super chat. He says, as a Cards fan this season, I'm happy because I think our general manager is thinking long term. This season is just a huge bonus. And I think Gannon has done a great job finally bringing a culture to our team. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Long term, I don't think Cardinals are thinking, the fans are thinking long term. You might be right there, right? And like I said, there's a lot of times that I could be wrong, right? The Cardinals might go on a crazy streak, regardless if we bring somebody else in or not, right? It might be one of those situations. I think he is thinking long term, but that also kind of says to yourself, like, is Monty thinking Super Bowl, right? Is Super Bowl what he's thinking, right? Because obviously he doesn't think we're a Super Bowl team, right? But we could potentially be a playoff team, right? This year, potentially be a playoff team. So I get the long term is there, and it makes sense. It does, right? It absolutely makes sense. I get the long term is there, but with what is in front of us right now, and I don't think there's any wrong answers. The way my mind, my brain's functioning and wired, I don't know. I almost kind of feel like you got to take advantage of the situation. I'm also obviously not saying sell the farm, right? I'm not saying give up every first round pick. No, that's crazy, right? I'm not even saying give up a second. I'm not even saying give up a third, right? Not saying that. I'm just saying, can the Cardinals bring in somebody for a fourth round, fifth round pick, sixth round pick, right? Now we got somebody for a sixth round pick, and that's Baron Browning. But does that move the needle? Does that get you the West, right? That's the big question, right? That's the big question right now. So there's that. All right, I'm trying to get one of my my guys on here that cover the that cover the what am I trying to say? I'm trying to get one of my guys that cover the what the heck happened? What the heck happened? Whoa. All right, I have no idea what happened here. Okay, so let's just change screens then, because I don't know. I got to fix whatever the heck happened there. Okay, I'm trying to get one of my guys here that cover the Denver Broncos to see if I can get him on here for a little bit. I feel like it would be kind of cool to hear a perspective for a player or for a guy that actually covers the team, as opposed to just watching highlights, right? So right now, haven't heard anything back, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you so very much. It means the world. Thank you. Jonathan, okay, again, bleeding ears. Here we go. Cover your ears, ladies and gentlemen. Air horns coming back. Thank you so very much for the super chat, man. Absolutely do appreciate it. He says this: every team has to be thought of a threat because of what we can get an easy game. That's when we get whooped on. Everyone is a threat. Keep them in town. That's fair. Oh, I like that. No, you're right. 100%. 100%. To me, I'm hoping that the Cardinals don't view it the way that I do, right? Obviously, right? I'm coming at this as a fan perspective, right? So I'm coming at this as a fan perspective personally, but I 100% agree. There should be nobody in this locker room seeing the schedule the way that I'm seeing it, 110%, right? I'm only looking at this as a point of, as a fan, right? Like, man, this, like, realistically, like, the Cardinals can do some damage this year. Like, they can, right? We got one of the easiest schedules to end off the season. We had a juggernaut. We had a juggernaut to start the schedule off, right? And sometimes it's really good to kind of breathe, like, oh, thank God, right? Thank God it loosens up, because you're right. Every team should be not taken lightly, 110%. Even the Seahawks, right? Do I think that the Seahawks are on a downward spiral? Yeah, I do. But also, I'm just me being a hater because I'm in the NFC West too, right? Jonathan says, nobody thought we were a Super Bowl team in 2008. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? To me, it's still too a little early to me, right? It's still too early. Like, I would get on the Super Bowl train if the Cardinals made a big move. And I mean, not Baron Browning move, right? If the Cardinals go after a big move, then I would say Super Bowl. To me, looking at the roster, there's a lot of inconsistencies still. Now, can it get fixed? Yeah, but there's still some inconsistencies on this offense that still hasn't been fixed. And we're heading into week 10, right? heading into week 10, and we still haven't got it fixed. So, like, I don't know. I 100% agree with this stance, right? Nobody thought that we were a Super Bowl team in 2008. 100% agree on that. But in the other side of the coin, like, I don't know. I don't think Monty looks at this team like that. I don't think he does. Because if he did, then there would be a bigger breaking news than what we just got, right? I don't think he feels that way. Now, like I said, can the Cardinals go on a magic run based off of grit and heart? Yeah, they can. They can. They can. But we're still seeing a lot of inconsistencies with this offense. A lot of inconsistencies, right? And I think that's one of the biggest things that I'm kind of trying to note here, that you're right. Nobody thought that we were in 2008. I just don't want to sell you guys a can of goods. You know what I mean? When I don't think it's going to happen. But I could be wrong, guys. Like I said, I've been wrong multiple times. Here we go. We got a graphic back. Here we go. But yeah, it's just one of those things. You know what I mean? We got a couple people in the chat here that I just want to know that is funny. Back to the Constitution says, you forget K1 says, I have big ambitions this year. I mean, yeah, he does say that. Cards fan says, damn, Jonathan. Just obviously, like, I mean, you're kind of right, man. You're kind of right. Back to the Constitution says, dude, my dog freaks out the air horn. Okay, but now I got to put a dog warning out, ladies and gentlemen. Not only are my making people's ears bleed, right? My ears! Why would you do this, Mike? I'm only 10 years old. Now I got to worry about dogs. Come on, back to the Constitution. Come on, buddy. Appreciate you for being in the chat, man. All right, let's continue with the schedule here. Let me do a real quick refresh of X/Twitter. And let's see kind of where we're at right now. See if there's any moves. So far, nothing's been happening right now on X/Twitter. So we go back here to the schedule. All right. Here we go. So Jets, right? Jets on the first docket, right? Jets on the first docket. Gotta take care of business there. Now, a real possibility can be the Cardinals can be 6-4. Right now, obviously that is the best case scenario, right? Best case scenario, 6-4, right? That would be crazy. Now, can the Cardinals be 5-5? Yes, they can, right? Yes, they can. There is a possibility that the Cardinals drop to 5-5 after this Jets game here in November the 10th. But we have seen enough in this team to say it's any given Sunday. You never know what team's going to show up with the Cardinals. If we beat the Jets, right now the Jets are trying to stay within their division right now. They are what? 3-6 right now. And I'm not trying to sneeze on that. I'm not trying to say, oh, they're terrible. No, I just thought they were going to be better. I think expectations for their fan base was going to be a lot, better than what they've already showed up. They got 3 wins. And the Cardinals can be a team that can put a fork in their season and say, nah, you ain't going nowhere, right? You ain't going nowhere. I got you for 5 minutes. Or is it 10 minutes? 10 minutes of playtime. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you don't get that reference, and I don't think we can be friends. Outside YouTube. All right. So, yeah, there's the Jets. I would love for the fork to be stuck in them. Then you got the Seahawks kind of going through through the motions right now. We do got the bye week in November, so we got only 2 more games left as opposed to 3 games. We finish, then we go into December with the Vikings. That probably is a tough game, this Vikings game. Now, the Rams played them pretty tough. Rams played them pretty darn tough. But this Vikings is going to be a very tough game. Seahawks, you get them 2 times in 3 weeks. Then you get the Patriots, and then the Panthers, and then you finish off the division games in the end of the season, which are still TBD. I think they even know that this might be big games. This might be very, very big games coming our way here with the Rams and the 49ers at the last part of the season. So, only thing that we can hope for right now, Cardinals fans, is that they, and I'm talking about the Rams and the 49ers, continue to lose games while the Cardinals continue to win games, right? Because I don't like that it's this close, especially if we got 2 games at the end of the season that are division games right there. I don't like these 2 because this can be the deciding factor of the NFC West right here. Oh, is it 3 minutes? Oh man, okay, then you guys are you guys are much cooler than I am then. I guess 5 minutes was way too long to take for Macho Man Randy Savage to take down Spider-Man, huh? Was it 3 minutes? Oh man, I was so dumb. Okay, so I guess it's not 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I was wrong twice. Okay. Got you 3 minutes of playtime. All right. Well, you guys are much cooler than I am then. Okay. Well, let's not be friends just because of my own craziness. All right. Well, there you go. I'm glad you guys got the reference. All right. Well, that makes me happy. That makes me right. I think I tried to reference something a couple days back, and I don't think anybody knew what the heck I was talking about. So I appreciate y'all. Appreciate you. All right. So nothing new again. I'm just hoping for something. Give us something. Not even for us. Okay. Somebody's saying it seems like the Commanders are trying to get a DB. The Commanders have emerged as a real contender for the Saints cornerback Marshawn Lattimore. Do y'all remember when we were talking about Marshawn Lattimore? Do y'all remember when we were talking about Marshawn Lattimore? A lot of people wanted Marshawn. He was it's a hot commodity at the time. A lot of people wanted Marshawn Lattimore. Oh my goodness. Richard. You know, okay, you know what I'm talking about then, right? I guess we do got some cool people. Guess we do got some cool people in the chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. It was a Ghostbuster reference. Vigo. Vigo. Man, I guess we can be cool friends. Well, look at us go. Look at that. It was a Ghostbuster reference. At the time, I guess I just didn't see the comment at the time. Maybe the chat was just going way too crazy that I just didn't see it. That might be the case. Well, maybe Marshawn Lattimore might find his way into the Commanders. There's that, or maybe even Greg Newsome. Maybe potentially might find his way out. I'm assuming within the next hour, we're gonna hear something. Like in the 10 o'clock hour right here, this is when it starts getting heat up. This is when the juiciness comes around. This is when it starts happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Another super chat coming our way. Another super chat. Ty, what's up, Ty? The ears will bleed. The dogs will be mad. The dogs will be mad. The ears will bleed. Just letting you guys know right now, the air horn's coming back. Mute me. Put me down. Here we go. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so very much for the super chats. Ty says this division is up for grabs for the next 5 years. A lot of teams in our division are weak in depth. That's fair. That's fair. Question: what do you think we should go after in the draft? Oh, that's such a good question. Oh, such a good question. Okay. So depends on where we're at, right? Now, 4 weeks ago, right, we were probably talking about the Cardinals are going to be in the top 10, right? That's what we were talking about. But now with the trajectory of where the Cardinals are at, I still do think that the Cardinals need to focus on that D line, right? I love Darius. I think Darius is to come back and give us a shot in the arm, or at least I hope he does, right? But I think D line is still a main priority of this Arizona Cardinal organization. Now, if they go after somebody else, like an Aziz or somebody else, which I don't know, right? Where there's still some time. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But I still think D-line is very important because you could still get a really, really good pass rusher at the end, right? At the end of the draft. But it really depends on where you're at, right? Like if you're picking 18, if you're picking 22, 23, right? There's still people that can drop, right? Now, Karlaftis, which is the edge rusher for the Chiefs, he's pretty solid. Like he's pretty solid. Where was Jared? I know Jared Verse was to the Rams, but what pick was he? Jared Verse. So Jared Verse was the 19th overall, right? So that's a solid pick. Jared Verse is a solid pick. Like, let's say the Cardinals are picking somewhere in the 19, 21, 22. I know for some people they want me to say number 32, right? But I don't know. I still think D-line is going to be the main priority of this team. and I hope it's the main priority. Yeah, 19. Yep, it's 19. He was chosen 19. Like, let's say for example, like the Cardinals sneaking into the playoffs, right? And let's say, or we're close to the playoffs, but we're still at the 19. But you still can get a solid pick. Like if that's where our mind is, we could be potentially be talking about the Cardinals getting their own Jared Verse. Now there is some really really good talented players right now in the draft. Um, and the edge rushers, they might get picked up soon, right? Like in the top 10. So that's unfortunate, but you never know, right? You never know what happens. There might be on a run. There might be a run on the quarterbacks. There might be. Although multiple people were saying, oh yeah, so yeah, I think it's either edge or the D line. That's what we need to focus on. Sorry, I was messaging somebody back here. I'm still trying to get somebody on to talk about Baron Browning. It's just haven't heard a response yet. But I think we're gonna start hearing something, not Cardinals related, not Cardinals related. But I think we're gonna start hearing something here pretty soon when it comes down to some breaking news all around the NFL, and that's what we're gonna really obviously talk about. Let me 1 second here. Who do you think we could possibly be getting before the trade deadline? Well, I mean, we made multiple videos. I don't want to bore you guys and give you the same information. I mean, Edge. I mean, let's see here. A lot of people talking about Calais Campbell here in the chat. I don't know, yo. I don't know. To me, like, I like Calais Campbell too, and I know there's some Cardinal fans that wanted Calais Campbell before the season even started, and it seems like that name is kind of resurfacing again. I mean, I would like to bring him back. It's just I don't know. I think a little bit more like because if we bring Calais Campbell in, then what is Darius gonna do? Like, what's Darius? I mean, Darius has got to play, right? I mean, Darius has got to play. Yeah. So to me, yeah, definitely. So the draft, my mind is D line, D line, D line, D line, and I know we're gonna have BJ Ojolari coming back, but this is his second year straight that he's been hurt. Second year straight, which is unfortunate. Let's see here. I got my guy John Paul says Calais doesn't want to leave Florida. I mean, maybe, maybe not, maybe not. All right, so the moves that are happened so far, moves that have happened so far. Zadarius Smith, Zara Smith goes over to the Lions. You got Khalil Herbert going over to the Bengals. You got the Cowboys doing dumb things and getting a wide receiver in Jonathan Mingo. Those are the big things that are happened so far here in the NFL. But right now, like I said, usually the 10 o'clock. Sorry, it's 10 o'clock my time. I know it might be 10 some other time somewhere else, but usually this is the time that gets stuff going. Usually, right? Because right now you have about less than 3 hours away from this deadline to be over. I'm assuming we're gonna get something. I'm assuming, not us, but like the NFL is something's gonna happen. I'm assuming. Darius can play all over. True. Yeah, we did hear that in training camp. We did hear that in training camp that he's gonna be able to play all over. Just need him to stay healthy. That's the thing. Stay healthy, young man. Stay healthy. How do you feel about us getting wins, but not really seeing a consistent connection from Kyler and Marv? Well, that's a good question, Noah. That's a really good question. To me, I feel like wins is my priority, right? It just depends on who you ask, right? I think if you ask somebody that's a fantasy football owner of Marvin and Kyler, that's going to be their priority. To me, as a Cardinal fan, I think wins outlast that. Like, that's going to be a bigger priority to me, right? If the wins are coming, but we're still seeing inconsistencies, but we're seeing flashes here and there. If we're seeing flashes here and there, I'm cool with it. But like, because all I can say is I hope it gets better, right? By next year, it's all I can say. But to me, wins outlast it. To me, um, and like I said, I only hope that they're going to be able to get it fixed. So you're in Texas, yeah. So you're an hour before me or ahead of me. So for me in Arizona, we don't do daylight savings time. We don't play that game. All right, let's do this here real quick. We got my guy KR in the chat says Baron Browning's not a bad pick. We need someone like Dexter Lawrence or Montez Sweat. Oh wait, my bad. Wait, Baron Browning not a bad pick, but we need someone, and that's the thing too, right? Like I don't think anybody's sitting here saying, "Oh man, what a terrible." Because I think the way there's a lot of people that kind of feel the way that I do, right? It's like, okay, cool, the move's been made, awesome, but like, is that it? Right? Because if that's it, it almost kind of feels like we kind of underachieved, right? Unless, like I said, he comes out to be like this great player, right? Which usually we don't have, that kind of luck, but you never know, right? I think we're okay with it. It's just one of those things where we want to make sure that it works, right? Let me ask, because there's a lot of Calais Campbells in the chat. Let me know, what are you guys' thoughts on Calais? Let's say this. Let's say this. Yes or no on Calais Campbell? Let me know in the chat, because former Arizona Cardinal is the name that I'm always seeing in the chat. So yes or no? Let me know in the chat here what your guys' thoughts on Calais. It doesn't have to be a reasoning. It doesn't have to say yes because A, B, and C, D, F, Y, and G. No, just say yes or no on Calais. To me, What are your thoughts? Because I'm seeing it a lot in the chat. And to me, it's one of those things where, like, if it happens, it happens. Like, I like Calais. I like Calais as a person. Oh, man. You got the. Okay. Take a look at this, lady. This is just rumors right now. Nothing's been set in place. But check this out. Okay, let me get you this real quick. Check this out here, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. All right, we got Arizona says yes. Julius says no. Yes, I'm Francisco. Julio, no, no. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're just focusing too much on something that's like, I don't know. I get the connection, right? I get the connection. Check this out. Nothing to do with the Cardinals, but check this out, ladies and gentlemen. And I get it. ML football, right? Everybody's like, oh, don't listen to him. But sometimes they have some really good things to kind of obviously have conversations about. But check this out. So the Packers receiver Jaden Reed just shared a photo of the Browns defensive back Greg Newsome. Newsome is available via trade, and some believe Green Bay is targeting him. Check that out, ladies and gentlemen. Check that out. And see, that's the thing, too. Like, I'm not saying the Cardinals need to go after Greg Newsome. And I'm not even saying the Cardinals need to go after a cornerback, right? But, like, these are names that you say to yourself, like, okay, like, hey, I feel good, right? I feel good. Now, like I said before, Browning could be a very, very well surprised pickup for the 6th round, right? Very well can be a very surprising one. But I think this is what people are expecting, right? Not expecting Greg Newsome, but it's a name, right? People are expecting, you know what I mean? And to temper expectations, I don't think Garrett Williams, I'm sorry, wow. I don't think Myles Garrett is going to get traded. I don't think Crosby is going to get traded. I really don't. But these are what people are kind of expecting, right? Especially if you're trying to make some sort of push or some sort of run. That would be cool. I mean, I liked Greg Newsome in the draft. A lot of people were like, "Oh, he's too short. He's too short." But he's a really good cornerback. He really is. He's a good corner. He's solid piece. We don't need a cornerback. I think we should let the young kids develop. I think the Cardinals right now are in a very, very good spot where with Starling Thomas the fifth, Garrett Williams, and then on top of that, Max Melton. I like our cornerbacks right now. Are they shut down? No, but I think that they can get there. I think they can get to the level, hopefully one day. So interesting. Okay. Let's give you the yeet. Big Bird. Big Bird chose violence today. Big Bird chose violence today. My goodness. He said, imagine being the first in your division and bringing in a guy with 0 sacks. Oh, wait. We don't have to imagine. That's our reality. Sheesh. My guy Big Bird is dealing with some
emotional damage.
Yeah. I mean, this is what people are. Yeah. I mean, it's. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise, my guy. I mean, if you feel that way, that's fine. I completely. I'm kind of on the boat too, right? We're the first of the division right now. It's a very, very close division. It's not going to be easy. But yeah, I mean, this is how Cardinals fans feel, and I don't think that there should be Cardinal fans out there attacking these Cardinals fans' feelings, because it's very. I mean, it's kind of the truth. I mean, he's not speaking any lie. I mean, right? Now, can Browning surprise us? And I'm always going to say this over and over again, right? I'm always going to say this over and over again. Can he surprise us? Yes. Can he be a really good pickup? Yes, he potentially can be, right? But it feels like Monty Ossenfort in this Arizona Cardinals front office is taking the Michael Bidwell route. And if you don't know what I'm talking about that, right? If you don't know what I'm talking about, like this move right here, and it's not to go against Browning, right? It doesn't feel like a move that the front office feels like this team can go far. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. And if you think you disagree, then okay, that's fine. You disagree with me. That's okay. But this move doesn't feel like this front office feels like this Arizona Cardinal team can go on a run, right? It doesn't. I'm not saying Super Bowl either, right? I'm just saying playoffs, right? A run to me means playoffs. I don't know. It's one of those things. And that's the thing. I like Browning too. Like I like Browning too, but you got to put it into perspective, right? Big Bird says, to be fair, I like Browning. I like him too. I mean, I'm not saying bad things about him. To be honest with you, I'm not mad about this move, and I'm not over the top about this move either, right? It's one of those things where like I'm in the middle, but I'm looking at this in the perspective of, is this move going to get us the West? And does this front office feel like this team can get us the West, right? So the question keeps going back to, are the Cardinals done? I mean, they might be. I mean, they might be. I mean, granted, we haven't seen any moves happen so far, right? So it's not like, oh my God, Cardinals, why aren't you making a move? Poke, 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 right? I'm not in that situation, but like, because like nobody's making a move right now. I was hoping that at least at the 10 o'clock spot or the 10 o'clock shift right here, my 10 o'clock, because it's 10:25 right now. I was hoping that we would at least get some sort of breaking news, not for the Cardinals, but for something in the NFL. But that's the way my mind works, right? That's the way that's my mind works. Colton says, any chance Browning could be a backup for one of the guys we trade for today? Yeah, I mean anything's on the table. I mean it is, right? But I mean we have heard that like even John Gambadoro, which is a guy that I listen to, right? And anybody listens to anybody, right? But like, there's one guy that I'm like, he usually is pretty spot on. He says, or he feels like the Cardinals potentially could be done, right, with the move. And that's the thing. Like, you're sitting at the first in the division, right? You got to look at this with unfoggied glasses, or what? You know what I'm? You got to look at this as a perspective of like trying to take your fandom off, right? Like, and it's hard to do that, right? It's hard because we all want to find the good, right? We all want to find the good of moves, right? Because like I said, right? Twitter, X, positive, happy, 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 happy. Instagram, this is terrible, horrible move. This isn't that, right? A, B, and C. YouTube, even kill. Got some people that are high, got some people that are low, right? But this move doesn't feel to me that this front office feels like we can do anything, or at least I don't get it. I don't get the feeling. Do you guys get that? Do you guys get the feeling of that? Now, we lost 2 pass rushers, right? We lost BJ and we lost Dennis. And right now, we are rolling with Zaven, which, yes, Zaven had 2 sacks, right? Zaven had 2 sacks this last game, and we had 6 sacks total as a team this last game against Chicago. But that might be more of an indication on Chicago's O-line. Like, I don't think Chicago had a really good O-line. So, like, I almost kind of feel like, oh, the Cardinals are gonna come back and say, "Oh, look at us. We finally got it right." I mean, unless they can do that consistently with like 3 sacks consistently, then I think it's always gonna be a need for the Cardinals. Because you got Zaven Collins, which was a middle linebacker, now turned outside edge player, right? And then Victor Dimukeje, and then Xavier Thomas. Maybe they have confidence in Xavier Thomas, that maybe that might be what it is. Maybe they seen flashes and said, "Hey, I don't want to take production away from this young kid. This guy's got some juice." Maybe that might be the case. Maybe Xavier Thomas is going to have a lot more of the workload. Um, I mean, he did have what 1.5 sacks. Yes, this last game. Xavier Thomas right now. I'm sorry, man. We've been on the stream for over 2 hours, so bear with me. I've just been doing a lot of talking right now. Thank you. I'm just trying to get comfortable. I think my wife's gonna be bringing me like a Red Bull here pretty soon because I'm kind of fading. um, but yeah, oh yeah. So we got these are our guys right now. For our defensive ends, Zaven Collins. Zaven Collins, LJ Collier, Dennis Gardick, Jesse Lucada, Xavier Thomas, and then Victor Dimukeje, right? These are the guys that we have right now. And the question is like, and then on top of that, you're adding Browning into this, right? I don't know. I just hope Xavier Thomas can work. I just hope Xavier Thomas gets a little bit more, and they believe in him, and it works. And because LJ Collier, he seems to be it seems to be LJ Collier and Zayvon Collins getting the most of the snaps in the defensive end, right? At least per this website that I'm looking at. They seem to be the most guys that are getting the most, right? Zayvon Collins and then LJ Collier. Now, let's say, for example, the Cardinals do favor Browning a lot. Like, if we could see Browning in the production that we're seeing Zaven and in terms of snap count, obviously productivity needs to come along with it as well. It's not like, oh, he's playing 60% of the snaps, we got a starter, this is good, but he's not giving us any production. Then obviously we're kind of going back to the starting point. But like, if he's getting the production like that, then okay, I think this might be worth it, right? A 6th-round pick, not going to lose sleep over it. Let's say he gives us 55, 60% of the snaps, but he's the main guy or one of the main guys, and he's giving you a sack every a game or two, or averaging 2 sacks in 2 games, whatever it is, right? I think anything's better than we got going on. But it's this move still doesn't tell me that this front office is in, right? The Jerry Jones, I'm all in. It doesn't feel like that. Now, 2025, right? I'm already seeing people in the comments saying we're playing for 2025. It is, yeah, I mean, but it always feels like that as a Cardinal fan, right? You know, you're always playing for the next year. It is always like that. You're playing for the next year. This is a real chance the Cardinals have an opportunity to win the West, right? And make it to the playoffs, right? And you never know what happens in the playoffs. You can hit a stride, you can hit some sort of level that's, I don't know, we probably haven't seen so far. So you never know what happens. You just got to get into the dance, right? Just get into the dance and we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it's kind of where we're at right now. So, all right. Okay, so apparently the Los Angeles Chargers, not the Rams, the Chargers have also been linked to Marshawn Lattimore. We'll see though. We'll see what happens. Spider in the chat says, regardless of how you feel about Browning, the sad thing is he's the best edge guy we have on our moment. And that might be true. Yeah, you might be right on that. You might be nail on the head there, my guy. You might be right there. And it just kind of goes back to the same thing that we've been talking about since the beginning of the season, right? Since the beginning of the season, we've been talking about this, right? That the edge rushing core or the edge rushing position has been a spot or a point where it doesn't seem like the Cardinals are really valuing it very much, right? But you might be right. I mean, Browning might be the best edge rusher we got. You might be right. I mean, we don't know. We haven't seen it. We've seen some flashes on highlight reels and stuff like that, but you never know. Because Zaven, like I said, Zaven had a really good game against Chicago, but I feel like everybody had a really good game, right? Zaven had a really good. He got 2 sacks. Because right now, Zaven's got what? Is that make it 3 sacks on the year now, or is it 4? Let's take a look here. 3 sacks. So he's got 3 sacks in the first 8 games. No, first 9 games. So 9 games, Zaven's got 3 sacks, right? And obviously that's production that you want to have, of course. But Victor Dimukeje hasn't really done very much for us in terms of sacks, right? Obviously they can cause pressure and make things happen outside the stat sheet, but Dennis was a big blow. Bijo Ojulari, I was really excited to see if he was going to take that next jump this year. Ian in the chat says, we're not all in. Monty is building this team methodically and doing it smart. He's trying to build a dynasty. That's the positivity I was talking about. That was the positivity I was talking about here on X and Twitter. I mean, I'm not going to fault you for your take because I hope you're right. Right? I hope you're right. So I'm not going to fault you in your take. I know positivity is what you're going for and you're really all in on Monty. That's cool. not gonna fault you for that. I hope you're right. Um, Here's the thing. As long as we got a portion of the fan base, and this is no knock. I'm sorry, Ian. I know you've been a subscriber and you're a moderator on the YouTube channel. So obviously, we have some sort of we go back a long time, right? But as long as we have a portion of the fan base that feels this way, there's no fire under this organization. There's never going to be. There's never going to be. So as long as we have a portion of the fan base, and I'm not saying you're wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying as long as there is, and there's always going to be some sort of level of these guys can't do anything wrong, there's never going to be a fire under this organization. It's just the way that it is. It's always going to be like that. Because keep in mind, I've been doing this for 6 years, full time for about a year and a half, right? The prior years have been just hobbies for me, right? Extra little things here and there, right? It's been hobby. Full time, year and a half. I've heard it all. Or the same things over and over again. Not from Ian, but from other people, right? Different Ians, right? Let's call them Beans, right? Let's call them Fians. Let's call them Small Bird, right? Let's call them Burnin, right? It is always going to be a level of accepting. I don't want to say mediocrity because it's hard to say that with this young, new regime, right? But it's always going to be like this. It always will be. It always will be. Now, have the Cardinals exceeded most people's expectations? Yeah, of course they have. They have, yeah, because there was a lot of Cardinal fans that are now starting to tune in that weren't tuning in those early videos, right? They weren't tuning into those early videos. But the truth of the nature is that the Cardinals won 3 in a row, right? They won 3 in a row, right? So it, this spot where we're at, we're not here very often, right? We're not here very often. So I don't think there is one person right. I think we all want the same goal. We all want the same goal. We all want to be good, right? So let me give another shout out here to my guy, um, Ian. What's up, brother? Don't we want something that's consistent and not just a flash in the pan? Good teams take time. Look at the Lions, Mike. Don't we want something like that? Yes, but yes, we do. Yes, 100%. So yeah, there's a lot of questions here, but yes, we do. We want consistent, right? Not like the Lions. I don't like to compare ourselves to the Lions personally, but I see where you're coming from, right? Consistency is what we're looking for, 110%, right? But we are also putting in a lot of eggs in a basket that we don't really 100% know. We're all hoping for a wish and a prayer, right? We're all hoping for, and although it could be good, right? I'm not saying what you're doing is bad. No, I'm not one bit. Keep the positivity, keep it up. But where my stance is coming from is yes, that is the end goal. Yeah, 100% consistency and being a team that is always in contention, always in the playoffs, right? Always kind of that team that's like the Ravens. Like I kind of obviously the Ravens haven't won in a very long time, but they have won, right? Yes, that is the goal. 110%. That is the goal and what you want to do. But the moves that have been made so far, it's not bad, right? It's not bad. But you also can't be afraid to pivot. And here's the thing. One thing that I found that a lot of people are saying, save your picks. Nobody's saying trade. Okay, I'm sorry. There is people saying trade 2 first round picks for get Myles Garrett. Let me rephrase. There is people saying trade that. I'm not saying that, right? So there's a lot of opinions. So if you're asking me specifically, to me, I think as a general manager, you need to be able to do it all, right? You need to be a great general manager. You need to be able to do it all, right? And so far with what we've seen, free agency hasn't worked out for us very, very well, right? Draft has been good, right? I wouldn't say great, but I think it's been very good, and that's a big upgrade from what we've had in the last regime, right? So it's great to be positive, and yes, the end goal is to be consistent, but we also don't want this organization to be comfortable with giving us. I'm not calling Browning scraps, right? But to give us little tidbits, right? Little things here and there, and then everything's fine. That's kind of where I'm at right now, where this move, that's why I make it a point to say I'm not mad at this move, and I'm talking about this one, right? I'm not mad at this move, and I'm not excited about this move. But if I'm looking at this as a broader, a broad, right? Like the season or maybe the next couple years, I look at this as did the Arizona Cardinals make enough to secure them a real shot to get the West, right? That's the way I look at it, right? And I think that might not be the way that people look at it. So please keep in mind that as well. So yes, consistency is the goal. It is 100%. And so far, we're trending in the right direction, right? Nowhere have I ever said fire Monty. No, I'm still believing in the process. But I still do believe that it can't just be one way. There's not one way to rebuild. And for some reason, people like to think of that, right? Like, oh, build a draft, build a draft, build a draft. And yeah, right. That's consistency. That's how you build within the line. That you build it within the draft. But you also can bring in talent to help your already overachieving team that could potentially win the West, right? And not just bring in players like a Browning, right? And like I said, he might be the best edge rusher we have right now. He might be. We don't know. And I mean, consistency. What we see on the field, this might be the gem that we're all looking for and waiting for. But as of right now, I mean, but I guess that's just my personality, though, right? I guess that's just my personality because my personality is never settle, right? Always strive and reach for things. And I think that might be different from what other people either perceive life or perceive their just day-to-day life, right? My mind process is what can I do to get myself better when I wake up the next morning, right? And I'm not trying to go completely taking this different route, but I think that might be the difference, right? I wake up saying, "What can I do to get better?" Right? What can I do to make myself better? A better dad, a better husband, a better podcaster, a better this, a better that, right? What can I do to get better? And I think that's just the way I live my life, right? So I think it's easy to say Monty's doing the right thing. I hope you're right. I really do. I really, really hope you're right. But can the Cardinals do more? They can. Will they? Probably not. Probably not. But I don't know. That's a very big question, and I probably didn't answer it the way that you wanted me to answer because I brought life into this. But I think it's just the way that I don't know. I guess I don't know. I want this team to, I guess, not shoot for the stars, but demand better. All right, we finally got some news here. Not for the Cardinals. Ian Rappaport saying that while nothing has been agreed to or finalized, talks centered around Saints Marshawn Lattimore have been picked up over the last few hours. Oh my God, the Chiefs are in it. Can we stop trading to the Chiefs? Like, seriously, NFL, stop trading to the Chiefs for the love of God. I'm so tired of the dang Chiefs getting other players. So sick of it. All right, let me bring up the let me go ahead and bring up the screenshot so you guys can take a look at this. Every NFL team needs to freaking band together. Stop trading to the Chiefs for the love of God. I'm so sick of it. Stop. All right, here's Ian Rappaport's report. It says, while nothing has been agreed to or finalized, talks centered around the Saints star Marshawn Lattimore has picked up over the last hour. The Chiefs have been in it. The Commanders have made a hard push, and there are at least two other teams. Anybody but the Chiefs. Come on. I'm so sick of it. You get DeAndre Hopkins for peanuts on the dollar, and now, come on. I'm sick of it. Don't do it. Don't do it. For the love of God, stop making them better. Yeah, it almost kind of makes it seem like they're gonna three-peat next because all these dang moves that they're in. And here's the thing, right? Like, when you got Patrick Mahomes, you're always in it, right? When you got Patrick Mahomes, you're always in it, right? With Kyler Murray right now, I think he's a solid quarterback. I really do. I think he's a solid quarterback. What we need from him, though, we still need to see consistencies, right? Now, it's easy to not think about the negatives when the Cardinals are winning, right? But if the Cardinals lost and the stat line was the way that it is, of course, there's going to be a lot of people talking about the way Kyler Murray played. The good thing is that the Arizona Cardinals didn't need to throw the ball very often because we were just running the ball down their throats, right? Anytime you have Patrick Mahomes, you're going to be in contention of playoffs and or Super Bowl, right? I would love to see that from Kyler. I really would. Obviously, health is a big factor. He needs to be able to stay healthy. But we know he can be very, very good. We know he can be very, very good as long as his connections and these wide receivers don't drop the damn ball. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. Don't sleep on Andy Reid. Ugh, don't even tell me that, bro. Dynasties do what they need to win championships. Cards need a culture first. That's fair. I mean, culture is based off of winning, right? Winning and believing in the locker room, right? That's what culture is built off of, right? I mean, as long as they stay winning, as long as they stay, somewhat consistent. Past has shown us has not really worked out for us, though. The past has shown us it's not. And I know sometimes you shouldn't be looking at the past because it's a completely brand new regime. And sometimes you need all the faith in the world, but sometimes it's hard to not think about what has been. Oh, sorry. My bad. I was looking at something, but no, it's not happening. Sometimes X and Twitter can throw something through a loop and you're like, wait, what the heck? But it's just like a pitch. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes away from the trade deadline being over. I thought we were gonna get some here. Or not us, but I thought the NFL was gonna do some. I thought we were gonna get more things happening. Having the refs helping yours. Facts. True. Yeah, the freaking Jawan Taylor jumps every freak. How in the hell is that not called? It's nuts. It's nuts. I was watching that game last night with the hopes and prayers that the freaking Bucks were going to be able to pull it off. But how are you not calling those false starts that happen every single freaking play? It's crazy. It's nuts. Why did AZ let D-Hop walk? I'm still confused about this move. I mean, I think at the end of the day, he didn't want to be here. That's what I'm chalking it up to. And there's no confirmation. There's nobody out there that's going to tell you a definitive answer. But if there's one thing I would obviously say is that I think he just didn't want to be here. I think that's what it is. Honestly, I think that's what it is. I just don't think he wanted to be here. Kyler Murray wasn't healthy. Kyler Murray wasn't healthy in the beginning of the year last year. He didn't want to play with Tune. He didn't want to play with Dobbs. He didn't want to play with any bridge. He's a guy that cares about his legacy. He's a guy that cares about his stats. He wants to go for championships. He wants to go for a winning, right? He's not Larry, right? He's not Larry Fitzgerald. And nobody ever thought he was, but it's two different players, right? Larry was in it for, I want to make this team great in Phoenix. DeAndre Hopkins has been switching teams to teams because he was trying to find greatness. He's trying to find a ring. And there's no knock on that. It's just, I don't think he wanted to be here at the end of the day. He knew we were going through a rebuild. He knew that we were going through a brand new regime. I don't think he wanted to be here. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's a diva. No, he's a diva. But yeah, no. And that's one of the main reasons why I was kind of frustrated with the Cardinals just releasing him, right? We all convinced ourselves saying, oh, culture, right? But that's a great player. That's a great player in DeAndre Hopkins. A great player. And for the people that were trying to back the Isaiah Simmons thing, culture, right? Even the Isaiah Simmons trade, I feel like, was not won by the Cardinals at all. Like, Isaiah Simmons right now, I mean, granted, he's not like, Isaiah Simmons is a linebacker, and you got to think about it. He's with the Giants right now, right? We're already talking about Azeez Ojulari, right? Azeez Ojulari is one of their top guys. Brian Burns is one of their top guys, right? So Isaiah Simmons probably might be playing special teams more than anything, right? But he's got that massive block kick, right? Sorry, block field goal. Well, he's got 6 sacks, but I don't know, like it's crazy. Like it's just we're not winning these trades at all. I'm not sure if we're gonna go for another 2 hours, but I mean we are gonna stay for the majority of it. Of this trade deadline. I was just hoping that there was gonna be a little bit more activity, to be honest with you. Yeah, I was hoping that there was gonna be a little. I don't know if I'm gonna go another 2 hours, but we'll definitely go past this. Maybe around 11:30 AZ time, but we'll see. Commanders seem to be in, right? The Commanders seem to be in. What Commanders are 7 wins or what are they at? Yeah, Commanders are 7-2 right now. That's gonna be very interesting to see that division unfold. Is the Commanders gonna win or is the Eagles gonna win? That's a very, very interesting. Goodness gracious, that's a very, very interesting division over there because it's a 2-team race on the East, Commanders or the Eagles. Okay. I don't get that. Um, Browns released Quentin Jefferson. I saw that too. Yeah. The Browns have released somebody. Um, and then I saw Jeremy Fowler and Adam Schefter saying, despite speculation, the Seahawks will not be trading DK. I never thought that DK wasn't even in the mix to get traded. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, give me a second. My wife just got here with my Red Bull. Wife just got here with my Red Bull. 1 second. Okay, we back. We back late. I was fading away. Had to get a little parent tax too. Halloween candy for the win. All right, yeah. So I saw some people in the chat talking about Azeez Ojulari. I did see that here while I was obviously getting my Red Bull here. Check this out. Anybody else see this? This might be what you guys are talking about here in the chat. I just saw this morning. Wesley Steinberg says Giants general manager Joe Schoen, or whatever he say his last name, is asking for a second-round pick for Azeez, as he still feels the team could make a playoff. What the frick? They can still make a playoff? What?
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Dang. What? Breakfast of Champions, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, what? Is this real life? Mm-mm. No way. If this is true, okay. No. You guys might want to keep and then potentially lose them. Whoever put that in the chat, appreciate you. I had to look it up myself. And it seems like the... Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, they want a second round pick, that ain't happening. No way, Jose. We've got a guy in the chat says Giants aren't making the playoffs. What the heck? Where are the Giants at right now? Weren't we just talking about the NFC West or the NFC East? The Giants are 2-7. How are you making the playoffs, Britt? What? No. The Cowboys have a better chance to make a playoffs than you guys do. That's crazy. If your GM thinks that you're going to make the playoffs at 2-7, you need to fire him. That's crazy. There's no way. Daniel Jones? What? No. It's not like you have Saquon Barkley. That's crazy. Here we go. We got some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Not Cardinals. Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Diana Rossini. I got so many screenshots right now on my screen. I'm getting confused with what's going on. Okay, Diana Rossini coming up here. Clutch. Let's put it over the face. Let's go. Here we go. Breaking news. Nothing to do with the Cardinals, but the Commanders are acquiring cornerback Marshawn Lattimore from the state. I'm fading the Saints per source. 4-time Pro Bowler boosts Washington secondary as its eyes are on the NFC East crown. Wow. That's crazy. I'm glad he's going to the Commanders. Thank God. No more. I'm so sick of the Saints. Not Saints. I'm sorry. I'm so sick of the Chiefs. There you go. Marshawn Lattimore. Good for them. Good for the Commanders. And that's another perfect example of like things could be done quickly, right? Things could be done quickly, and then a lot of people, we're like, who would have thought, man? Like, it's so year to year. In 1 year, Dan Quinn completely changed what was going on in that organization. Once they fired or they had to get that owner to sell, things have changed. It's nuts. So yeah, there you go. Adam Schefter coming out clutch too with also the graphic. Adam Schefter says trade New Orleans is sending Marshawn Lattimore to the Commanders. Wow. Well, there you go. That's massive. Good for them. I don't see compensation yet. I don't know if anybody does. Yep, Marshawn Lattimore. Interesting. Okay. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying. Adrian is Adam. Yeah, it could happen, man. It could happen. A lot of people just like to get it in their heads that it can't happen. It's one of those things, right? It's one of the. If this is true right here with Wesley Steinberg saying that they're looking for a second round pick, you're out of your damn mind. Damn mind. Here we go. Another super chat coming our way. What's up? Ya heard 33 with the $5 donation. Appreciate you, man. He says, any word on on Robinson returning? Okay, and here it's very fluent. On like not fluent. It's fluid. That's the word I'm looking for. It's very fluid. It's so many changing things off and on, off and on. Because we heard that he was ready to come back. And he re-aggravated it again. Then his mom unfortunately passed away. So I think they're aiming towards after the bye week. But please keep in mind, we were also thinking he was going to come sooner than that, right? So, like, it's changing, but that's the last we've heard. That Jonah Williams, our right tackle, which he's coming back to. He's not getting a lot of attention because obviously Darius Robinson being a first-round pick, but Jonah Williams might be coming back as well as Darius Robinson as well. So, hey, man, yeah, we'll see what happens, right? Good things ahead, hopefully. Good things ahead. So any word on Robinson returning? I think it's going to be the week after the bye week. Don't expect them, I don't think, on this versus the Jets. I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe we can get Baron Browning. Maybe Browning can give us a few sacks. That would be amazing. That would be cool. Yeah, but if indeed, going back to the Cardinals, so Ian Rappaport also retweets the Marshawn Lattimore thing, and he says the Jaden Daniels window is wide open. That's nice. Okay, so the Saints are looking for a third-round pick for Marshawn Lattimore, and a part of the value is they converted his deal to create space already. Ah. I don't see the full compensation. Is it a third-round pick? Is that what it is? So he's on a 2-year deal, including this year? Wow. Dang, good for the Commanders, man. Yeah, so the Saints are getting a third-round pick for Lattimore. And I think one of the biggest reasons is because that his deal is very, very friendly. I think they went ahead and restructured it in a way that it makes sense. Good for the Commanders. Wow, good for the Commanders, man. It's amazing. It is a steal. Hell yeah, it's a steal. Hell yeah, that's a good freaking that's a good player right there. Good for them. And honestly, I would rather see the Commanders get him than the freaking Chiefs. I would have ended the live stream right now if the Chiefs got. I would be pissed. And then we also heard that potentially, what's his name? Greg Newsome might go to the Packers. It's not set in stone right now, but yeah, there's that. My guy Enrique says, "Man, I want Lattimore." The thing is, we don't need it. Like, we don't need a cornerback. Like, I don't know. Like, I maybe it's just my blind optimism that I have confidence that Max Melton could develop into a great cornerback, right? And then Garrett Williams. I've been high on Garrett Williams. It just was unfortunate that he was hurt in the beginning of last year. Got him in the third round. And then not last year, but the year before, we got him in the third round. And then he played a little bit, and then he's doing really well. I think the cornerbacks we have right now are solid, right? They're not big names. You're not gonna nobody's gonna remember. Like, what am I trying to say? Like, anybody outside the Cardinals organization, right? Cardinals fandom, they're not gonna know these names, right? Maybe Garrett Williams because he was potentially a first round. Maybe Max Melton, but like, I don't know. I'm confident. I'm confident. I'm confident in their cornerbacks. It's the edge for me. That's the big one. But I'm not mad at it though. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, third round is that's crazy, man. Uh, Usually don't drink these, but I needed it, man. Woke up really, really early, and obviously we're going to 3 hours. How are you guys listening to me for 3 hours? That's crazy. Appreciate you for being here. Do me a huge favor. We got smack up the like button, YouTube fam. Smack up the like button right now. We are sitting at the 121 likes. Let's see if we can hit 150. I said I would shut up, but that was in the first. I was in the second hour. Now we're hitting the third hour. So we're talking about smacking the like button again, ladies and gentlemen. Smack it up if you're just getting in. Let's see if we can hit 150 likes. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna hit. Yeah, we're less than 2 hours away. Less than 2 hours away. The reason why this is on my screen right here, this is something I saw 3 hours ago. If this is truly what the Giants want, yeah, that's probably not gonna happen, man. It's probably not gonna happen. Now, if Azeez Ojulari gets traded to the Falcons, which is also the other rumor, I'm gonna be heartbroken. Okay, couple things here. I got a couple different things that just when you look at Azeez Ojulari's name, Diana Rossini said earlier the New York Giants continue to listen to Azeez Ojulari with multiple teams poking around the pending free agent. Joe Schoen and company are evaluating all offers. I'm told New York Giants want their price. Maria Martin says they have been rumors floating around about the Falcons' interest in former Bulldog, current Giant Azeez Ojulari. I can confirm a lot of teams have been interested in Azeez, but the Giants are standing firm on their price. So it seems like this might be the price that, they're looking for. Bengals fans won't want to hear this, but Giants GM Joe Schoen is probably wise to wait until the last minute before the trade deadline to make the move on Azeez. Ojulari is kind of that player that has to be a hard to find value. I mean, if it's a second round pick, you ain't gonna get a second round pick. Like, I just don't see that happening. Like, if he goes for a fourth round pick, then we all go through some emotional damage. Because I think fourth round pick isn't bad, personally. Third round pick, you're starting to get a little sticky there. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I feel like the Cardinals making the move so fast yesterday. It does kind of lead me to believe that the Cardinals might not make another move. Oh, okay. So, wait, what? So so it's not just the third round pick, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just the third round pick for Marshawn Lattimore. Check this out. Wow, look at this. This is a freaking list of things. Take a look at this. All right, Adam Schefter. I seen it first here from Adam Schefter, so shout out to him. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Peep this. Okay. So Adam Schefter just put this out. He says full trade per sources. All right, I'm putting this over the face. Here we go. He says New Orleans gets Washington's third round pick, Washington's fourth. It's sixth back from the John Ridgeway trade. Washington gets Marshawn and a Saints fifth round pick. Dang. So it's a little bit more complex than just the third round pick. So Washington's third round pick, Washington's fourth. It's sixth back from the John Ridgeway trade. Marshawn Lattimore, Washington gets, and then a Saints fifth round pick. Okay, so it's a little bit more in depth as opposed to just a third rounder. So It's a lot of negotiation right there, my guys. It's a lot of negotiation right there. Okay. Well, there you go. Wow. All right. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Not just a straight shot. Still not bad. Not bad. All right. I'm starting to kind of get a little. Don't really drink these very often. I woke up really, really early today. Okay. So, question here: will the Cardinals make a move? A couple big names. Marshawn Lattimore gets traded. That's cool. Good for the Commanders. Got my guy in the chest says we should have traded for Trey Hendrickson. I mean, the Bengals are going on a run themselves, right? With the Bengals going on a run, it makes sense for them to not, right, trade away one of their best pass rushers. Um, but like seeing this here from this was 3 hours ago. I'm surprised I didn't even see this. Um, who is this guy? He's NFL and New York Giants insider. I mean, he's got 16,000. Is this a real guy? I think it is a real guy, isn't it? I have a hard time to. I don't know. I have a hard time believing this is true. I have a hard time believing this is true, and especially because they can make the playoffs. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to give more shine to that. But like, if I'm looking on that person's Twitter, he's got over 16,000 followers. I mean, that doesn't really mean anything these days, right? Because you can get a lot of followers. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. I really don't. A second round pick. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. We'll see though, right? We'll see. Yeah, Metcalf not leaving Seattle. Yeah, we heard that a little earlier. Seems like Metcalf. I never thought Metcalf was even a name that we had to worry about, to be honest with you. But apparently, I guess there was rumbles around that Metcalf was going to get traded. The biggest one so far. The biggest one so far is Marshawn. I feel like that's the biggest move, and then Zadarius Smith earlier this morning. What people still talking about? Still people talking about Calais Campbell in the chat. Shush. I mean, like, well, okay, well, people that want Calais, what are you gonna give up for him? Like, what would you give up for him? I'm not gonna give you an answer because I don't personally. It's not that I don't want him. I just don't think it's a priority personally. All right, I think this is where we're gonna start hearing some news, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're gonna start hearing some news. Aaron Rodgers talking a mess on Pat Mac. I don't even listen to Aaron Rodgers. I don't know why anybody even listens to that guy, bro. Who cares? Who cares? Something else coming? Calais should fetch around a 6th or a late 5th. I mean, that's what you're willing to give up? Cam Jordan would be great to trade for. I just don't think that they're gonna trade Cam Jordan. Cardinals are done, bro. Play with what you got. Bidwell has spoken. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, at this point right now, right? I don't know if like the 49ers are going to make a move. Do you think okay, let me ask you this. Just anybody in the NFC West make a move? That's the question here, right? Anybody in the NFC West going to make a move? That's the question. I think we should get Young. Are you talking about Chase Young or Bryce Young? Clarify, Kenny, clarify. You're going to get people attacking you if you're saying Bryce Young. You might be talking about Chase, right? Yeah, I mean, it feels like nothing is gonna happen. That's what it feels like. It. All right, come on, smack up the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. I heard if you smack the like button, the Cardinals will make a move. Just kidding. I mean, that usually works on our play-by-plays. Usually works on our play-by-plays. If you smack the like, if we hit 150 likes, I heard the Cardinals might make a move. All right. Well, apparently people don't want the Cardinals to make a move because we're still chilling with 140 likes. Come on, y'all. Disrespect. Here we go. We're trending. Bro, we're trending in the right direction. 6 more likes. 6 more likes. I mean, we'll see, man. I mean, at this point, it's just a waiting game now, right? It's just a waiting game. Oh, another trade. Another trade. Here we go. Nothing Cardinals, but another trade is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Mike Williams, wide receiver of the New York Jets, former first-round pick, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Jets got Devontae. Everybody kind of felt like the Jets were going to do this move, and now it's actually official. Seems like Mike Williams right here is getting traded away to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here we go. Another trade. Pittsburgh is sending a 2025 fifth round pick to the Jets for Mike Williams per source. There you go. There you go. Wow. Okay. Well, good for the Steelers. I mean, if Mike Williams can stay healthy, that's a solid pick. Like, if he can stay healthy, that's a solid pick. Fifth round, 2025 fifth round pick. I mean, keep in mind, like I said before, it's not like okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's a good pickup for Pittsburgh. Good for them. They've been looking for a wide receiver, and now they finally got it. Fifth round pick. Monty cooked up some ramen noodles, 99 cents, 1 minute in a microwave. That's all fans get for dinner. Yo, floodgates are opening up. I mean, this is the question here. Here's the question, Arizona Indigo. This is the question. Floodgates are opening. Will the Cardinals get their feathers wet one more time? Love that. Love that reference. You said I should have worn the lucky jersey. I want to keep the lucky jersey for wins. I don't want to put too much strain on the lucky jersey personally. Like what if I lose the power, right? What if I lose the power? You know what I mean? What if I lose the power? I will never forgive myself. Would never forgive myself. Okay, well, there you go. You got the Here we go. Now we're starting to kind of cook with some fire here, ladies and gentlemen. The big question is, are the Cardinals going to make a move? Big question. Marshawn gone. Mike Williams gone. Awesome. So the biggest one so far, the biggest move so far, Mike Williams, Zadarius Smith earlier, Marshawn Lattimore for sure. Those are the big ones. Those are the big boys. Yeah, to me, a fourth, and I see you there, Big Bird. He says, bro, if the Giants wanted a fourth and Monty said no, that's crazy. I kind of feel the same way because to me, a fourth is a third day pick, right? A third day pick. We'll see. We'll see. Here's the question. Do you think Aziz gets dealt? That's the question. Do you think Aziz gets dealt? I mean, it's coming up in an hour and a half. Like in an hour and a half, coming close. It's about 7 minutes till an hour and a half before the trade deadline closes, right? Do you think he gets dealt? Do you think he gets dealt? That's the question here, right? Because if he doesn't get dealt, then okay, hey, we're fine. There's only 2 pass rushers that left so far, right? That's going to be obviously Browning for us, and then Zadarius Smith earlier this morning. Let's see here. Is it 2:00 that it expires? I thought it expires at 1:00. Am I just mathing wrong? 11, 2.5. So wait, 1:30. No. Is it 2? I could have sworn it was 1. Am I wrong? Fill trade deadline. I thought it was 4 p.m. Eastern. Oh, wait. Oh, we're not Eastern anymore. That's right. Dang you, daylight savings time. Eastern time now. 2 hours. So we're 2 hours behind. Is it 2? Not 1? Oh, snap. Dang you, daylight savings time. Completely threw me through a loop. 4 PM. Oh my goodness, you're right. It is more time. Holy snap. Yeah, I'm freaking wrong. I'm freaking wrong. It is 2 hours. It's 2:00 AZ time. I hate daylight savings time. I freaking hate day. We don't deal with it here in Arizona. So I apologize. It's not an hour and a half. It's 2 hours and a half. Ooh, we're cooking. It ain't over yet. It ain't over yet, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Well, I don't know how much longer I can get. I went, dude. We are in 3 hours and 16 minutes. My wife had to bring me this. This is my breakfast and a Snickers bar. That was a fun size. I had to steal it from my little daughter on her Halloween candy, so I had to get a parent tax on that. So, pardon me. I apologize. Yes, I was wrong. It's 2.5 hours to go. Breakfast of Champions. We're all living strong right now. My goodness. So you're telling me there's a chance? You're telling me there's a chance? Oh boy. Dang. Okay. Well, I don't know if we're going to be doing 2.5 hours up in this piece, but hey, we're chugging along. Chugging along. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Is that Mike Williams went for what, a 5th round pick, right? But the Cowboys traded for Jonathan Mingo for a 4th round pick? The Cowboys are something else, man. The Cowboys are just silly, silly people. Okay, so these are the big ones. So Mike Williams to the Steelers, Marshawn to the Commanders, Jonathan Mingo to the Cowboys. I don't know why they're making moves. Don't even ask me. Khalil Herbert to the Bengals and Zadarius Smith to the Lions. 2.5 more hours, ladies and gentlemen. I'm over here thinking it's only an hour and a half. Sheesh. Boy, was I wrong. This whole daylight savings time got me through a loop. All right. Bring my another. I'm fading. I'm fading. SOS. SOS, ladies and bring my guy another Red Bull. 2.5 hours, bruh. I went on stream really early. Monty's shopping at Target. That's funny. Man. Well, I don't know if we're gonna go 2.5 hours strong, ladies and gentlemen, but maybe we'll hit the 12. Well, maybe we'll hit the third the 12:00, the noon. That's probably what we're hitting noon. Maybe it's probably what we're gonna go for. The noon. The noon. That's probably what we're going for. Okay, let's read a couple comments here. We already hit the 150 like goal. Thank you guys. Bring my guy another Red Bull. Love that. Yeah, trade deadline is 4 p.m. Eastern time. Caesar over here correcting your boy. Appreciate you, Caesar, man. Thank you. You guys are probably like, what the heck is going on? This guy is drunk on Red Bull right now. And yes, that's exactly what happened. I had a Red Bull 8-ouncer, 8.4 ounces, and probably drunk off a Red Bull. Yeah, but you're right. I'm wrong. Wow. Get used to it. Gonna be a lot more wrong coming up. We're going on strong. About 4. Ooh. All right, let's see. Okay, so Williams is older and extremely injury prone. Mingo was supposed to be a good, but he is a Panther 2nd year. So seems fair. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I do remember Mingo, Jonathan Mingo. He was somebody to look at. I never really thought he would be a good fit for the Cardinals, but you're right. Very injury prone when it comes down to Williams. For sure. That's true. But that's a 1st round pick right there. And I really liked him out of Clemson. I really, really liked him out of Clemson. All right. Okay, guys, we got something here real quick. Check this out. Oh, whoa. Check this out. Diana Rossini, we've been saying her name, which seems to be forever. Check this out. Check this out. Tell me how you feel in chat. Chat. Wake up. Tell me how you feel and check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Diana Rossini. Teams are still trying to see what Giants are going to do with Azeez Ojulari. New York is looking for a high 5th round or a late rounder per sources. If the Giants decide to keep him, Ojulari becomes a free agent at the end of the season. Guys, no! You're telling me we were not willing to give up a 5th or a 4th round pick? Double down, Monty. Call it in. What? Okay, so real quick, I know we had this on our screen. That's not it. Is this it? That's not it either. I know we had this on our screen. To be honest, I don't think this is true. I really don't. Like, I think this is fake. This. Let me move this. Here we go. Much better. I think this is fake. And I know we had this on the screen for quite some time just because I was like, oh, this guy has a lot of following. He might be right. This is not true. I don't think this is true. I think this is just a guy just making some sort of tweet to make, because what kind of threw me through a loop, it says, oh, as he still feels like this team can make the playoffs. Like, that's crazy to me. I don't think this is true. I believe this a lot more. You're telling me that the Arizona Cardinals aren't willing to go after Azeez Ojulari, and this is what they're... Oh, don't do this to me. No. 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 You're telling me that a 5th... Okay, we gave up a 6th round pick. Okay, so a 5th is going to break the bank? Okay, maybe not. I told y'all too. A 4th is okay with me. A 4th is okay with me. It's not going to break the bank. And for people to come out here and say, oh, it's going to ruin the 4th round picks don't ruin rebuilds, ladies and gentlemen. They don't. They do not ruin rebuilds, ladies and gentlemen. You can potentially get yourself a starting edge player, not a depth player, an edge player. And you're telling me that we're not willing to part ways with the 4th round pick? What? Ugh. Okay. 1 second. I'm looking to see what our draft recap in 2023 was in the 5th round. Okay. Okay, so a 4th round pick right now, okay? What is our 4th round pick here in 2023? Okay, give me a second. I'm trying to bring all the information I can before I start spewing some craziness right now. Okay, let's look at this. 2023, what was our 4th round pick? John Gaines II, right? Let's make this a little smaller because I know you guys like looking at my fugly face. Okay, here we go. 4th round pick in 2023, John Gaines. Love the kid. If he could stay healthy, we all hope that he could potentially be good for us, right? We still haven't seen a good dosage of John Gaines yet, right? 5th round, Clayton Tune, quarterback. We know how... I know. Okay, don't even mention my name. Okay, chill out. 5th round, Clayton Tune. 5th round, second 5th round pick for the Cardinals, Owen Papu. 6th round, Keitrell Clark. Okay, so that's our 2023 picks. 2024, which is this most recent year, right? 4th round pick, Taylor Dadrian Demerson, right? If the Cardinals decide to keep him in terms of he's the safety of the future. Okay, cool. But you also got to decide what are we going to do with Buddha, right? So there's a lot of questions with Dadrian, right? 5th round pick, Xavier Thomas. We've seen some flashes here and there. Another 5th round pick, Christian Jones. Another 5th round pick, Tajon Palmer. You're telling me that we can't give up a 4th or 5th round pick for a guy that has proven that he can. Now, yes, is there injuries? Injuries are with everybody, right? But 4th or 5th round pick is not going to break the bank. It's not going to break the bank, ladies and gentlemen. We saw this tweet a little earlier, right? Where they're looking for a 2nd round pick. That's untrue. That's untrue. This is not true. And for this reason, I'm deleting you off my screenshots. Like I believe Diana Rossini. I think this right here can get the job done. A late 4th round pick or a 5th round pick? No way. You're telling. Okay, so now here's the other side of the coin, right? If this is all we do, right? If this is all we do, and that's Browning, the Cardinals front office, you got to start questioning, right? You got to start questioning. If this report is true, we gave up a 6th round pick for a depth player, right? A rotation guy, when you probably could have gone in your pocket and give somebody a 5th? Okay, maybe a 5th doesn't work. Okay, but what about a 4th? You're telling me that can get the job done? And you could potentially get your edge that you will sign again in free agency? No, my God, guys. This ain't it. Talk about waking up. Talk about I was fading there for a second, but this woke me up, ladies and gentlemen. This woke me up. We value picks that much that a 4th round pick won't be attainable? A 5th round pick won't be attainable? Diana Rossini says the Chiefs are not expected to make any additional trades before the deadline. Good. Good. I don't want them to get any better. Crazy. Just crazy. Wow. We got a guy in the chat. Why are we talking about Calais Campbell right now? Why are we still talking about Calais Campbell? What are your thoughts, chat? Oh, man, 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 oh, man. Fully out of control says Monty needs to get someone who the fans are hyped about and we want to see some games. Tired of seeing our stadium with away fans. We need Max Crosby or somebody in the same talent period. The thing is that I don't even think Max Crosby is even available, right? I don't think Max Crosby is even available. To be honest with you, I don't think he is. I don't think Myles Garrett is available, right? And I don't think anybody's really asking for that. Or I guess there is. I mean, obviously, you right? That's the thing. I don't think they're getting traded. I really don't. But nobody's asking to break the bank. Nobody's asking to give up two first round picks, 2 second round picks, or at least I'm not asking that. I just don't get why we think that this is okay. Let's do this again, okay? 4th round picks for the Cardinals in 2024. Rabbit, right? Out of Texas Tech. Good player, really good player. But is he going to get consistent? Is he going to get consistent playing time if Buddha and Jalen Thompson is here? Well, let's see what happens with Buddha, right? Maybe the Cardinals don't re-sign Buddha. Maybe he could be the safety of the future. Okay, that might be a good 4th round pick, right? 5th round, Xavier Thomas. We've seen some flashes here and there of him, right? But not consistent work, right? Is he going to start getting consistent work because he flashed? Maybe, right? So potential there, right? Christian Jones, haven't really seen him do very much so far. He's struggled a little bit here and there. We've all talked about potential right tackle of the future. Right now, I don't think he's quite ready yet, right? Another 5th round pick for the Cardinals, Tajon Palmer. Hasn't really seen him very much do much of anything. Obviously, the wide receiving core is what it is. Last year, 4th round pick, John Gaines II. Unfortunately, he was riddled with injuries in his rookie year. We've seen a little bit of him here and there, but not really anything to write home about. He was a 4th round pick last year. 5th round pick last year as well. Clayton Tune, we ain't talking about it. Stop. And then the next 5th round pick, Owen Papu. You see him here and there, right? Nothing too crazy, but it is what it is. 6th round pick, Keitrell Clark. Okay, I don't even know why I want Keitrell. I'm sorry. But yeah, like you're telling me that you could potentially get a guy that'll get you double-digit sacks, right? And all you needed to give us a 4th round pick, and that's either going to equate to Tune, Papu, or Gaines in 2023, and then in 2024, Rabbit, Xavier, Christian Jones, or Tajon Palmer. Now, it's too early to tell on these young kids this year, right? Xavier Thomas might be the next best thing since sliced bread. We don't know that, right? Opportunity is not there for him. Rabbit might be the next best thing since sliced bread in the safety core for us. But again, we don't know that, right? Uncertain, a lot of unknown. Christian Jones, same. Tajon Palmer, haven't really seen him very much either, right? But that's the thing. Like, why are we favoring it? Like, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't get the mind process here because nobody's asking for a 1st round pick. Nobody's saying throw a 1st round pick at them. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying get rid of a 2nd round pick. Nobody's saying that either. My guy Joel in the chat says Aziz greater than Tajon Palmer. Well, I mean, we don't know what Tajon Palmer is going to equate to, right? But right now, what we know is production, right? Right now, what we know is production. Who has production right now? Aziz Ojulari. Now, is this one of those things that Aziz is probably playing his tail off because of, contract year? We have seen things like that happen, right? We've seen things like that happen before. But, I mean, regardless, Aziz has produced. In 2021, he had 8 sacks, right? In 2021. In 2022, he had 5.5 sacks. In 2023, 2.5 sacks. In 2024, which is arguably probably trending in the right direction to have to be his best year, he's got 6 sacks, right? So you're telling me that a 4th round or a 5th round pick can't do it? I just don't get it. And that's what I was talking about earlier, right? And I think this is like the hour 2 of us being on a live stream. So I was also starting to kind of fade a little bit, but we were talking about, things that we would love to see our general manager do a little bit better, right? I think we got the drafting pretty good, right? Pretty good. But a lot of the times, these late round gems, right? These late round guys, you don't really see the production off the bat or off the rip unless there's injuries, right? There's injuries. There's still hope. That's all I'm leaning towards, hope. To be honest with you, I feel the same as Dave here. Give the 4th. I feel the same way too. Because if you can tell me you have an edge rusher that produces at an NFL level and it's not based off of potential and speculation for a 4th round pick, you're telling me that that's not attainable? I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't imagine. I can't imagine the Cardinals not thinking that this is doable. Now, we made a move yesterday, right? We made a move yesterday. Did we jump the gun? I don't know. I don't know. I hope Monty's still making phone calls. I really do. If Aziz gets traded for a 4th or 5th round pick, stream ends. Sorry, boys. Stream ends. On the spot. On the spot. Now we wait. Back to the Constitution says I'd give up a 4th and a 6th. WTF. I mean, we don't have a 6th in 2025, so it's either 4th or 6th the following year. Which I'm not even saying that. I'm saying if a look at this. Look at this report here. Or look what Diana Rossini is saying here, right? Teams are trying to see what the Giants are going to do with Azeez Ojulari. New York is looking for a high 5th round or a late 4th round per sources. If the Giants decide to keep him, Ojulari becomes a free agent at the end of the season. I mean, this might be one of those things that the Giants just play too much hardball, right? There's still teams poking around and trying to go after him, right? Oh, 100%. Yeah, no. I see my guy here in the chat saying Sports Illustrated said that they were probably done making moves. Yeah, no, I do kind of agree in that sense too. I think they might be. But I mean, this is one of those things where you got to at least open your eyes. You got to at least kind of take a look and say, what the heck is going on, right? Because if we're willing to give up a 6th round pick for a guy that was on IR this year, right, that has got potential, right? It's always potential, but can't stay healthy, right? We gave up a 6th round pick. You're telling me that a 4th or a 5th round pick was the no go? You're telling me that like that's the way the mind process of Monty Fort says like, oh no, that's where I draw the line there. That's where I draw the line. I just don't get it. I don't get it. We've already gone through the 4th round picks and the 5th round picks and the 6th round picks for the Arizona Cardinals, right? In 2024, 4th round pick, Rabbit. 5th round pick, Xavier Thomas. Another 5th round pick, Christian Jones. Another 5th round pick, Tajon Palmer. In 2023, 4th round pick, John Gaines II. 5th round pick, Clayton Tune. Another 5th round pick, Owen Papu. This might be a miss, y'all. This might be a miss. If the Cardinals don't at least consider. I just fear that we're going to see some breaking news coming up here pretty soon. All right, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat here. AZ Cars, what's up, man? He says, you all want to be mad at Monty for something that isn't true. Change my mind. Rebuild, trust the process. Tired of the same delusion narrative year after year. It's not true. If it is, then Ojulari would have been traded already. Oh, you're saying this is not true? You're saying that Diana Rossini's report isn't true is what you're saying? I mean, it's either if you want to believe it or not, right? I mean, I think there's some sort of truth to it. Now, the final way we will find out if it's true or not is if it gets traded or not, right? And that's the final way that we'll figure out if it's true or not. I mean, I think there's some sort of truth to it personally, but I mean, that's just opinion. Oh, so you're saying Diana isn't right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Haha. I mean, I guess opinions, right? I mean, the Cardinals got Browning for a 6th round pick, right? 6th round pick. We got Zadarius Smith, which is another edge rusher that was traded for pretty much a pick swap in, what was it, a 5th round, I believe it was? Let me see if I can go back to that. Here we go. Okay, this is what Zadarius went for. So the Browns are trading away standout edge Zadarius Smith to the Lions. Okay, so it's Smith in a 7th round pick in 2026 for Detroit's 5th round and a 6th round 2 times. So they pretty much swapped the 6th for the 7th, and they gave him a 5th rounder, right? Now, production, what Zadarius has done is leaps and bounds more than what Browning has done. Now, let me re-add. Browning might not had a big opportunity, right? He has been unfortunately hurt and had injuries. That's true, right? That's true. So maybe he's just looking for a chance. That's also true too, right? Now, Zadarius is also, 31, 32 compared to Browning, 25, 26? We've seen more production from Zadarius, and I don't think this is, like, too far of a fetch in terms of getting the edge rusher that they potentially wanted, right? Josh with the super chat. What's up, Josh? Appreciate the super chat, my guy. Thank you so very much for being here. He says, "Trust the process. That's so dumb. We're the first place in we're first place. The process got us to this point. Now let's make a push and tip them." Oh, here we go. Let's. Gotta love it. I agree. It's always gonna be trust the process. It always is. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The Cardinals will always be in a situation where we're at if we're always going to have fans saying the same things over and over again, right? But those are the same fans that don't actually talk about the Cardinals when we're losing, right? The same fans that don't talk about the Cardinals when we're losing, but want to appear when, hey, we're finally doing good, and now they want to say trust the process, right? And not all of them. Not all of them. There's always, there's some that are always here, but there's a lot of Cardinal fans like that. There's trust the process, but they're only here every 2 or 3 years when, when things are bad, there's nowhere to be found. But trust the process. No, I agree with my guy Josh here. I really do. So dumb. We're in the first place. It's not like we're sitting here like in the 4th spot in the NFC West. We got a real shot here. We got a real shot to make a. And here's the thing, too. This is what people don't understand. Like, as an organization, you want to make sure that your franchise quarterback is being backed, right? You want to make sure that your franchise quarterback is being backed. Offensively, obviously, we need to clean up some things, right? Obviously, there's nobody denying that. We need to clean up some things. But I agree, man. The trust the process thing is getting way too annoying at this point. Seriously. Let's just wait. Just go for it. I'm not just do something that can get this fan base excited. Like we keep blaming Michael Bidwell, and it might be the situation that Michael Bidwell might be the guy who's like, no, bro, don't do that. But you're telling me here that we can't give up a 5th round pick. So you're telling me that you value potential for a 6th round pick as opposed to production for a 5th or a 4th? Because Azeez Ojulari's got six sacks right now, right? Now I get it. You can't determine if somebody's going to be healthy, but you're telling me that 6 sacks isn't good enough to, like, what's the difference? A 5th-round pick to a 6th-round pick, right? Like, what are we're talking about, like, very minimal. The chances of you hitting in the later part of the draft is getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, right? I just it's always something, man. It's always something. What's up, Austin? He says, oh boy, here we go. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Thank you so very much. I personally don't like to involve politics within the sports, but I thank you so very much for the super chat. And obviously, I care about everybody's opinion. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, y'all. What are y'all? What are y'all thinking in the chat? Joan in the chat says, been a fan for 16 years. I'm ready for something to happen. Ready for a Super Bowl run. But here's the thing, though. Like, right? Okay, Super Bowl run. Let's just say Super Bowl run. Now, I think Cardinal fans that are following this team, even when we were not doing good in the beginning of the season, even when we were following in 2023, and unfortunately following in 2022, right? We know that the trusting in the process is something that we hear every single year, every single year. But we've never been in this situation in the last 2 or 3 years. Why not? Like, why not? Who's asking to get rid of a first round pick? Nobody. Who's asking to get rid of a second round pick? Nobody. We're talking about a 4th or a 5th round pick we're talking about right now. We're not talking about giving up the farm. Now, the Cardinals made a decision yesterday to jump on this whole Browning situation, right? They made a business decision and jumping on the Browning situation. Maybe they could have waited. Maybe they could have been a little bit more patient to see who potentially could have fell, right? Because right now, we're about 2 hours away from the end of the trade deadline, and Ojulari has still not been dealt. Still not been dealt. So this tells me a couple different things. A, New York maybe overvalues him a lot better than most teams are looking for. But there's 3 teams right now that we know that we're in on the Ojulari mix. Cardinals being one of them, the Falcons, and the Cincinnati Bengals. There might be more, right? There might be more. But you're sitting here and telling me that we're willing to give up a 6th-round pick for a guy that's had no production, went on the IR for 4 weeks, and we're all going based off production, and we're willing to give up a 6th-round pick this year in 2025, as opposed to waiting and seeing if Ojulari can be available for a 4th or a 5th? What? Come on. Wake up. It does feel like the Cardinals won't make a move. It does. It feels like the Cardinals will not make a move moving forward. And that's just disappointing. Overall disappointing. Overall disappointing. Because I'm pretty sure he's going to get traded. I think he's going to get traded. I really do. I have this really, really tough feeling in my gut, and it's not fire in my gut. That's for sure. It might be this Red Bull in my gut. That's probably what it is. But I have a really, really bad feeling he's going to get traded for a 4th or a 5th round pick. Well, the Cardinals traded for a 6th round pick, and it's nothing to do with Browning as a player, right? Nothing to do. And that's what people can't understand. They can't separate what I'm trying to say, right? This has nothing to do with the acquisition of Browning. It has everything to do with, is this a move that's going to give you the West, to assure you that you got a real chance at the West? That's what I'm looking for, right? I'm not looking for potential. I'm not looking for, oh man, he just needed an opportunity, which obviously at the end of the day, he might be the best pass rusher we have on this freaking roster. But again, this is the Arizona Cardinals' fault for doing this, right? This is Monty Austin's fault for not making this a priority, right? I know injuries, you cannot predict injuries. That's the truth, right? You can't. But B.J. Ojulari also had an injury in his rookie year. We were all excited about B.J. Ojulari, got hurt, done for the season, right? Why are we putting our eggs in a basket of, oh man, this is supposed to be our savior, right? Why? A 4th round pick. What are we talking about here? Austin, what's up, buddy? Oh my goodness. Okay, you got some football content out here. Love it. All right. Austin, what's up, man? Appreciate the super chat, my guy. He says, I'm going to do this again. All right, appreciate the super chat. But speaking of football, I'm tired of the mediocrity from Monty. The opportunity to win the West is now. This is what I'm saying, too. This is how I feel about it, too, honestly. Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Can you promise me, people, and I'm talking to people that says follow the process, right? Everybody in the chat that says follow the process, right? Can you promise me that the NFC West is going to be the same way next year? Can you promise me that? Can you promise me the NFC West is going to be exactly the same way like it's happening and it's shaking out this year? Can you promise me that? You can't, right? You can't. We're only going based off of hope and a prayer, and hopefully that the Cardinals obviously inch their way into getting better and better each year, which seems to be trending in the right direction, right? But nobody's asking for Myles Garrett. Okay, let me rephrase that. Some people are asking for Myles Garrett. Some people are asking for Max Crosby. I'm not backing those people because I don't believe they're going to get traded to begin with, right? But we're talking about a 4th round pick. This can be a pick that can change if he hits, and if he can continue to give you a double-digit career. We might have found ourselves the next Chandler Jones, maybe, right? And it's all potential, right? It's all potential, but he's producing. It's not like he's not producing, right? Year in and year out, he's producing. His lowest production year is probably in 2023 when he had 2.5 sacks. In 2022, he had 5.5 sacks. In 2021, he had 8 sacks. In 2024, he currently has 6 sacks and is trending to potentially hit double digits, right? You're telling me that a 4th round pick is going to completely derail? You're telling me that a 4th round pick is going to derail this rebuild? It's funny because those same people that are saying it's going to derail the rebuild, they're saying that, oh, we got $100 million to spend next year and we're going to be okay because the Monty Ossenfort is going to make all these moves. It's all going to be hunky-dory. It's all going to be great, right? What's the difference? The Cardinals right now are 5-4 at the top of the division. What's the difference? I guess one of the big things in terms of if the Cardinals trade him, we got him in the locker room so we can actually deal with them here as opposed to risking him walking and a lot of people trying to poach him, right? I just don't get it. I don't understand it. It's always going to be follow the process. It's always going to be like that. It's always going to be like that every freaking year. And it will continue to be like that. It will continue to be like that because this fan base, for some reason, just doesn't seem to want wins, I guess. I don't know. For what it's worth, Travis Etienne, I think right now is getting a lot of calls. Nothing to do with the Cardinals, but of course, nothing to do with the Cardinals, but of course, just to kind of shine some light, I guess. In a situation that you kind of feel like you're talking to a wall here. I mean, there's some people that agree and there's some people that don't agree, and that's completely fine. But man, oh man, oh man, this it's frustrating. It is. And I'm gonna keep this up on the screen right now because I believe that everybody deserves to look at this right in the eyeball. Look at it right on the eyeball and really ask yourself, like, does Monty truly believe in this team in 2024? Because guess what? The Commanders, they believe in their team. And guess what? They got two more wins than we do. The Commanders are showing their team that we have faith and we're making a push so you can win that NFC East. They know that the Eagles are trailing behind them, sniffing at their butts. They know it. They know it. And the Cardinals doesn't seem like they're can do it. Nobody can promise me that the NFC West is going to be the same, right? We know that we have injury concerns with Kyler, right? Kyler might be healthy this year. Can we promise that next year? No, we can't. It's just all these things that is always going to be an excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. It's just so frustrating, man. It's so frustrating. This report, I believe. You can come out and say maybe you don't believe it, and that's completely fine. But Diana Rossini, definitely over 30 minutes ago now, says teams are still looking to see what the Giants are going to do with the Z's. New York Giants is looking for a high 5th round pick or a late 4th round pick per sources. If the Giants decide to keep him, Ojulari becomes a free agent at the end of the year. If they decide to keep him and they don't pay him, right, then he becomes a free agent at the end of the year. Will they? We'll see. I mean, right now they got Thibodeau and they also got Burns as well that they're paying a lot. So he might walk, right? So this might be one of those moves that Aziz probably won't get picked up. But the Commanders are showing that they want to take the East. That's the difference. And that's what people are not getting that. That's the difference. The Commanders right now are showing that they believe in this organization. They believe in this team. That's what the Commanders are showing. What a massive move getting Marshawn Lattimore. Massive move getting Marshawn Lattimore. Good for them. They saw a hole on their defense, and they knew something needed to be done. And we've been talking about this forever now, right? We've been talking about this for freaking 2 years since Monty Ossenfort took over. The edge rushing core has not been great. And he was just yet to do anything about it. But we bring in Browning, right? I hope you're all right. I hope you're right. Everybody in the chat that thinks this is a massive steal, I hope you're right. Because here's the thing. If the Cardinals don't re-sign Browning, guess what? We gave up a 6th round pick for what? Right? Let's say Browning doesn't do anything, right? Let's just live in a world, right? Let's live in a world that Browning doesn't do anything, right? Then we give up a 6th round pick for what? You still going to decide to bring him back? Can he have 2 or 3 sacks? Okay, yeah, okay, 2 or 3 sacks would be nice. That would be cool. That'd be cool production for a 6th round pick. Okay. How is he going to end the season? Is he going to go ham? Is he going to go crazy? Right? Because we're watching tape and we see the potential. There is an injury concern when it comes down to Browning. And I have it here from a guy who watches Broncos football. He's a good player. He's a dog, he says. He's a dog. But biggest concern is his injury concern, right? He just can't stay healthy. So what? What if he plays for us all 8 games? What if he plays 6 games and gets hurt again? We don't know, right? But we're going based off of a potential. It's potential. 0 production in terms of sacks. Has he done good the prior years? Yes, he has. But I just can't get into my mind. I cannot get into my mind that a 5th round pick or a 4th round pick can get you a guy that has 6 sacks and is training to get you double digits. Not you, the new team, but get double-digit sacks in his career and have a career year. It doesn't process well in my mind. I don't get it. I don't understand that. Let me see if there's anything new going on here. The Steelers right now are, where are they at in their division? The Steelers right now in their division, they're 6-2. When they got the Ravens at 6-3, so they got the Ravens trying to get close, right? Trying to take over the NFC North, but the Steelers are doing moves, right? The Steelers are trying to secure that number 1 spot. They're getting some wide receivers to hopefully upgrade their wide receiving core. This kind of does feel like a move that Monty Ossenfort did just to kind of save face and said, okay, we did something. It feels like that. It's crazy. It's crazy. Ah, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Martin says, Monty is kind of second. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for a general manager that's able to do it all. That's what I'm looking for, right? I'll give kudos to where kudos is due. Monty Austinfort has had better drafts. Better drafts. Oh, better drafts. Better drafts for sure. I'm looking for a general manager that can do it all. All. And not always say to us, to fan base, saying things like, oh man, oh, next time. It's crazy. Nope, no news yet. Nothing else has happened yet. Just waiting. Just waiting to see what's happening here. We're less than 2 hours away from the trade deadline. The thought of the Cardinals favoring these draft picks that much is cool. It's gravy. It's just insane to me. I hope he doesn't get traded. For my own sake. I hope he doesn't get traded. Yes. All meaning drafting, trading, and signing. Yes. That's what I mean by can do it all. That's what I mean. 100%. And I'm not saying Monty can't do the trades and can't do the signings, but with what we've seen in this 2-year sample size so far, I don't know. It does kind of feel like, he's got the Bidwell effect going on. It kind of feels like that a little bit. The Bidwell effect is taken, is kind of the same philosophy that he's fallen. Juan says Giants also didn't want to let Slayton go to the Steelers. 2024 free agent. Do they seriously believe they can make the play? I have no clue. The Giants right now I have no clue what the Giants are doing. I really don't. Really, really don't know what the Giants are going to do. What did the Lions give up for Smith again? Let me bring that back up for you here real quick. I forgot. I know it's like a late pick swap. Here we go. Okay. So the Lions get Smith and a 7th round pick in 2026. And Detroit gets 2025 5th round pick and a 2026 6th round. So essentially they swapped picks in 2026. Essentially what they did. So they swapped picks in 2026. They gave up their 7th, they gave up their 6th, so they swapped that. And then there was a 5th round pick. Essentially what was it? It was a 7. That's it. That's it. It was a 5th round pick that got it done in 2025. That's what got it done, a 5th round pick. For a guy who's got 5 sacks right now, right? A proven guy, right? It's a Darius Smith right now. He's got 5 sacks right now, right? A guy that's been in the NFL and we know that can do it, right? So yeah, that's what they got. Couple super chats lining up. What's up, man? He says, breaking news. Monty says, trust the process.
Emotional damage.
Trust the process. Oh my God, breaking news. Monty says, trust the process. Sheesh. My goodness, man. What a stab in the heart there, Mike. I appreciate the super chat. Here we go. making more ears bleed and making more dogs really pissed off at you guys watching the AZ Sports Fan here on YouTube. Cover your ears, DJ Airhorn coming up. Let that be your warning, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you here. This may be the first time in 10 years that the NFC West isn't the most competitive division in the NFL. Let's make it while we can. Make moves, Monty. The defense needs help. Show the team you care. This is how I feel about it too. It is, and it's like my guy. Obviously, Austin. Obviously making a joke there, and there was really no breaking news saying trust the, but that's what it is, right? Trust the process. Right? Trust the process is always going to be like that. Trust the process. When what has the process proven in a consistent basis that this organization is going to be able to get it right next year, right? What? Are we just hoping, wishing, in a prayer, right? So those same people that are saying trust the process, but they're not here while the Cardinals are losing, right? That we only have 4 wins, and they keep telling me, oh, Mike, oh, I told you we're only a 4-win team, right? Mike, we're only a 4-win team. Okay, well, guess what, right? We're a 5-win team now with 8 games left in the season. You got the NFC West in the palm of your hands right now, right? At the palm of your hands right now. And we made a move in getting Browning yesterday. I almost kind of feel like we jumped the gun. Seriously, it kind of does. Now, like I said before, I will eat crow forever if Browning proves me wrong. I will eat crow, and I'm fine with that. That move right there doesn't show me that the Arizona Cardinals believes in this team. It doesn't. It doesn't give me the warm and fuzzy. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at the move, but I'm also not, oh yeah, here we go. We got to steal. I'm not there. And usually my gut is right. My gut's wrong sometimes, but usually my gut's right. But I agree with you, Josh. Illadre, what's up, man? He says, not a surprise. Same guy who let AJ Brown leave Tennessee. I mean, well, to be fair, it wasn't fully Monty Ossenfort who let AJ Brown leave Tennessee. To be fair, right? It was a different GM. Now, was he in the meetings? He might have been in the meetings, right? Might have been in the meetings, but I mean, it's one of those things that this is kind of unfortunately what we have to deal with as Cardinal fans, and we have to learn to cope because same things over and over again. All right. We're at 4 hours right now. How the heck does any of y'all work? I'm just kidding. Dang. Appreciate you, man. I'm already seeing people on all social medias right now. They're trying very, very hard to sell Browning, and I hope he works. I really do. I want him to work. Just life hasn't been kind to us, Cardinal fans. Life hasn't been kind to us. So, we're 5-4. Yes. Can we beat the Jets? Potentially, right? I think we can live in a world that potentially we can beat the Jets, and we potentially go 6-4. Where it really starts to get a little bit of a hairy situation is the Vikings game, and then the last 2 games in the season, right? The Rams and then the 49ers. That's where it gets a little hairy there. Because if you sit here and tell me you're not going to beat the Patriots or the Panthers, then we're talking about something completely different there, right? Seahawks, I think we kind of all talked about they're a little bit of fraudulence. We got to take care of business here, obviously, with the Jets. And then after the Jets, then hopefully we can make this play out. But I feel like this division is going to come down to these last 2 games right here. These last 2 games are going to be crucial right here. So we'll see. I mean, there's still time. Right now, you have about an hour and 40 minutes. With what we've been seeing and what we've been hearing, it does feel like Monty might be done. Browns are most likely done with moves. All right, well, now we just wait, right? Now we just wait to see what happens. If he does get moved off for a 4th round or 5th round pick, call somebody, because y'all need to check in. Y'all need to check in on me, because I'm probably flipping tables somewhere. Tony with the super chat. What's up, Tony, man? Thank you so very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. He says, we need a new owner. Yeah, can we all start saving up some money from, the unfortunate part is that we don't have a billionaire on speed dial, right? It's the Bidwills have owned the Cardinals for a very, very, very long time. And I don't know. It's hard to put your finger on it, right? It's hard to put your finger. Is it Bidwill? Is it Monty? Right? And then, like my guy Austin said in the chat here, breaking news. Monty says trust the process. It's one of those things where it's all you can say. Let's hope the Jets, we can beat them. I think we can. It's just this decision right here is going to be, can we win the West or can we not, right? Browning, please be the next best thing since sliced bread. That's all I can say. Please be the next best thing since sliced bread. All right, let's do this. Let's do 4 more minutes. If there's nothing else that happens, we'll close up shop. If anything obviously happens, then we will. Okay, so Diana Rossini also said the Titans have received calls on Jeffrey Simmons, edge Arden Key, and then defensive tackle Sebastian Joseph Day. So there's calls happening. There's calls happening right now. It's just, the funny thing is that, like, if I was in this position, there's no way I would be waiting this long. It's crazy. Okay. So right now we're about to hit the hour and a half mark before the trade deadline, right? So minute, 2 minutes. Sorry, I'm trying to math here. So yeah, hour and a half mark, ready to go. Big moves that happen. Mike Williams, Marshawn Lattimore. How am I blanking? Khalil Herbert. Let's see here. Where are those? Okay, here we go. All right, big moves that happened so far. Dang, what the heck? Where'd it go? I mean, that's the gists of it. All right, another super chat coming our way here from Gage. What's up, Gage? Appreciate you. Thank you so very much for the super chat. Says, if we get Aziz, then Browning was a good trade. Yes, 100% agree. 100% agree. If Aziz gets traded for a 4th or a 5th round pick, it has nothing to do with the Browning trade, but it almost kind of feels like it's premature. Because the Cardinals made a move yesterday. Why they didn't want to wait today, I don't know. Maybe Monty had something to do today. Maybe Monty had a wedding to go to or something. He was like, I just need to get this done quick. I don't know. I mean, who knows? This point is all speculation and talk. So, back to the Constitution. How many hours left? An hour and a half. A little over an hour and a half. I think it's 7 minutes to over an hour and a half because it ends at 2 p.m. AZ time. We got my guy back to the Constitution. Says Browning was brought here to dismantle QBs. I bet if he plays Sunday, Rodgers is going down. I hope so. I hope so, man. Like I said, I'm not wishing bad on his success. I hope he does very good. But this is going to be something that obviously we keep our eyes on, right? Obviously something that we keep our eyes on because the Arizona Cardinals right now are in a very, very interesting situation. To me, Azeez Ojulari for a potential 5th or a potential 4th, it shouldn't be make or break. For me, it shouldn't be make or break. You're talking about you gave up a 6th round pick. A 6th round pick for Browning on potential, right? IR for 4 weeks, hasn't really produced very much so far, right? You gave up a 6th round pick. And you're telling me we could have potentially got somebody who had 6 sacks already? Potentially had 6 sacks for a fourth or a fifth. I have a hard time wrapping my head around it. I really do. I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. I think you guys forget that Michael Bidwell made this team better. His father was completely different owner. Under Michael Bidwell, we won the NFC Championship and went to the Super Bowl. Yes. But we are seeing more rebuild years than we are winning years, though. Unfortunately, the Bidwell name will always be there because the Bidwells are known for not being the richest, and not spending really good money, right? Because Michael Bidwell was also the one who decided to extend Steve Keim, and he was also the one who decided to extend Cliff Kingsbury, right? So, valid point. Yeah, valid point you got there. I think Michael Bidwell is better than Bill Bidwell, right? I think, yeah. But this is also the man that decided to extend those two guys and fire them the next year, right? So take that for what it's worth, right? And all they said was progress, right? Because we progressed. They deserve the extension. They did not deserve the extension, ladies and gentlemen. They did not. But hey, so it's done too. Look at it. I might have like this much left. Yep. Now it's done. All right, we're probably gonna be closing up shop here pretty soon. Is there still time? Yes, there is. There's still time. The Cardinals can make a move. Will they? Probably not. Am I wrong? I don't know. I think I'm gonna put my lucky jersey on and see if that helps out. Be walking around with the Cardinals jersey on a freaking Tuesday while my wife stares at me, being like, "What the heck are you doing?" That's a good question there, right? It's a quick question. All right. Let's see one last refresh here. We're 4 hours in. Oh, buddy, we're 4 hours in. Wow. Was it fast for you like it was fast for me? Because I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, it wasn't really fast, but man, I am on. Like I'm fading here, I'm fading, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be closing up shop here pretty soon. I gotta go do the. I gotta take care of some business. If you know, human nature. I got to take care of some business. We're going to be closing up shop here, ladies and gentlemen. If something happens, obviously, we will talk about it. But as of right now, things are quiet here in the AZ sports world. Big obvious need, and the Arizona Cardinals said, no, thank you. No, sorry. Let's see what happens here. We got about an hour and a half to go, and then we will hopefully be talking about another one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Hour and a half to go. Let's see what happens here with the Arizona Cardinals. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all for tuning in as always. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking to you guys. Thank you all the super chatters. Thank you everybody who's tuned in. Thank you everybody who subscribed. If this is your first time here, subscribe it up. We're on the road to 16K. Smack the like button on this video as well if you can do me a huge favor. And yeah, we're going to be closing up shop. Thank you as always. Have a great rest of your day and go Cardinals.